the time has come for Season 4 of our Madden Playoff series, and I will say that, well, we had two great playing games last time that we were on the show, and I hope you guys have looked forward to this. I have looked forward to it quite a bit, and with all that said, it's time! Also, Jake Bagwell's here. Alright, so I'm just going to set up really quick when it comes to putting it on my playlist and things like that. Alright, so Jake is ready for some football. That's great. And I mean that very honestly. I don't mean that facetiously. Okay. Nice. Okay. Alright, so while Jake is ready, hopefully we'll get more and more people coming in as we go along. I get that other people may be busy with some other things, but that's okay. Understandable. Alright. There we go. Okay. So, after two play-in games, we are now down to 16 teams. And yet one of them is going to win the Super Bowl. The question is, of course, who will win it, and there's a lot of good contenders like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Green Bay Packers, and lest we forget the Tennessee Titans. Those are just some of the top teams that you got to deal with. So, with this in mind, also let me get my Excel sheet out, because and I believe PPF gave me a great idea for next season, but I'll mention it when we get to it. And that is, we have Jake Bagwell and Clinton, who is already here, and we also have Darius, who I recently added in between last episode and this episode. Green Bay all the way. Well, now normally I would have done it. I would have probably started with the Green Bay Dallas game, but we'll probably save that for we'll save that for later on. I mean that itself could be the game of the day. All right, so you are on the Philadelphia Eagles, and you'll be taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, in fact, we'll get to that game right now. Just given the fact that you have a very, very crazy sleep schedule. I don't, but then again, that's just from that. Yeah, I still got you on the Green Bay Packers, of course, without question. All right, so let me just get a couple of other people. Too bad I don't have a way to contact Walter Johnson or DKO. Well, maybe DKO I could probably make it. But I have Darius, and then I have MBN John and several others, so. Alright, so where is... Let me see, who did I have? Oh yeah, that's right, I have Mr. DKO. Oh. Okay, so apparently I have to wait until he accepts my my follow, but that's okay. In the meantime, I'll still get John and the Eagles. There we go. And then who was and then of course the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I apologize for this taking a bit long, but not to worry. This shouldn't take too long. We'll get started pretty soon. I just need to get Coltrane and also, hey, MBN John, there you are. We'll get started with your game in just a moment. I'm just letting other people know. All right, and then last but not least is the newest member in Crimson Ninja. All right, not a problem. Also, hey, Nicole McQueen, nice to see you. We'll see Nicole McQueen in action later on today, and Blaze McCoy with the digital Steelers. There we go. Okay, so now that I let everybody know, or at least everybody that's in this game know. Okay. Oh, sorry, I put the wrong team there. It's going to be the Eagles at, if I can get closer to the letter B or something. Okay, that's close enough. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, Tampa Bay has the #1 seed just simply by virtue of being the Super Bowl champion. And of course, the Eagles will definitely have the work cut out for them. But it's not impossible. We'll find out if John and the rest of the Eagles can topple the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then later on, we're going to see the Green Bay Packers in action, as well as the Seattle Seahawks and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Always the last seed. I know, man. But someone had to be. Someone had to be. We'll see if we'll get an upset or anything. But with that said, let's get to it. All right. All right, let me see. Make sure that I always have to make sure that it's on even teams, so that way it doesn't become a blowout or anything like that. And we'll go with this one. Partly cloudy. All right, partly cloudy is fine. All right, so good luck to everybody involved. Good luck to Darius, who's on the Eagles, as well as Walter Johnson and DKO. And for Tampa Bay, they have Cole Wesson, Logan Hinton, and the newest person, Crimson Ninja. Here we go. The Bucs are the Charlotte Flair of the series. Yeah, I mean, if you want to say that they're always a bridesmaid and never a bride, I probably would have picked someone like Bailey to, be that. But, who? But then again, what the hell do I know? Also, Clinton saying hello to everybody involved. I'm not sure if Darius is still watching this, but it's your game first, man.
Hey everybody, it's the coach. Welcome to the special Saturday edition of the NFL on EA Sports. Up next, we've got what should be a great matchup between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh boy.
Let's head over to Raymond James Stadium in Tampa for the call of this one. We bring in our broadcast team, Brandon Godden.
Man, look at all these fireworks.
We are just to the west of you, Coach, on the Gulf Coast of Florida at Raymond James Stadium, just north of downtown Tampa. With the echoes of cannon blast still ringing.
So we're going to find out if the Buccaneers have a great run to the Super Bowl as they did last year.
Will do battle with their opponents.
All All right, so while Jake and Clinton are busy talking with each other, I mean, there you see Kelsey, the other Kelsey brother from on Philadelphia. There you see Winston.
And I think a lot of that has to do with the era we're in now.
But that's not. But that's not the starter for this one.
They didn't see rookie quarterbacks go against each other. In fact, it could be 2-3 years before they even saw the playing field. Nowadays, you get drafted, they expect you to play earlier, and these guys as competitors, they'll take their lumps early, but they'd rather be on the field.
Yeah, you are. It's just the game thinks that Jameis is the quarterback. Anyway, but in this case, Philadelphia will start with the ball, and they'll take it all the way to the 27. So that's a good one. That's a good return there.
So now here comes the Eagles offense as they get ready to take over.
So the quarterback for the Eagles, after the Eagles had beaten the Falcons to acquire him, it is Mr. DKO. So DKO is the quarterback instead of I forgot who was quarterback at the time.
And he sees himself in an entirely different way.
Yeah, one thing he said he's always working on. We know he's not bad at this.
Now, of course,
always wants to improve that,
Cole Wesson is a defensive end or defensive tackle. Excuse me, number 99.
He's got great footwork. Love his footwork. So this guy is never satisfied.
They will run for the first time.
And they go for the run, and they get. And they get a stop.
Up there, and it'll be second down.
Carson Wentz. Okay, yeah. Yep, thank you. It was either Carson Wentz or the other guy that was the quarterback for the Eagles when they won the championship or the Super Bowl.
Down just yet as they come up on second and less than a yard.
Right now, Philadelphia is on offense. By the way, Darius, you're a defensive player.
And he slips up past the 45 before.
Oh yeah, Carson was IRL traded to the Colts. Yep, that's right. That's right.
That's a run that'll energize an offensive line. They'll take that one all day long.
Anyway, Philadelphia gets itself a first down.
Able to make plays on the edge.
They're starting Jalen Hurts, and you know how much that hurts. You know, I'm hoping that Hurts can put the hurt on people instead of getting hurt himself. Bad jokes, I know. And a quick pass, but unfortunately, they lose a couple of yards on that one. That was a 3-yard loss on that pass.
A pair of first downs, and here a loss of yardage.
One thing we do know.
That was not a good play call, unfortunately. I mean, Jason Pierre-Paul, of course, he still got it even after his championship, days with. After his days with the Giants when they won the championships, like once in 07 and then again in 11. So there was a 5-year span in which they won championships, though.
Here's carry number 1 for Jordan Howard. Only a yard on the gain there, and that'll set up 3rd and 13.
All right, so here are the lineups offensively. You have Jason Kelsey, the center.
We're talking about Jason Kelsey now, not Travis, his brother, who plays tight end.
And Miles Sanders, who is
a threat to go to the Pro Bowl each and every year.
Definitely an offensive threat to be careful with. We'll find out more about the Tampa Bay defense. And anyway, yeah, Darius, you're a defensive player. So right now you're just on the bench right now rooting for your team to get some points. And, nearly intercepted. But unfortunately for Philadelphia, they'll have to punt this one away.
Convert there on 3rd down, but what an effort to get his hand on that one, knock it away, and brings up a 4th down decision.
Oh, man, Mike Edwards nearly intercepted that, but couldn't hold on to it. And, I mean, for John, I would have to imagine he's got to be, just shaking his head wondering, that was terrible. I would have to imagine, really. Anyway, they kick it away, and that's going to go out of bounds.
And not what he was hoping for there, as this will hit in the end zone for a touchback.
All right, here comes Logan.
Now to take over for the first time.
I haven't seen you around when it comes to the wrestling series, but I'm happy that you're here.
And what's a quarterback's best friend?
Balance?
I think you're right. I agree with you. You know, a lot of guys would say great receiver, right? A terrific offensive line. But I agree with you, balance, because if you can run the ball effectively, that just opens things up for guys who want to throw it and gives you easier passing lanes and easier coverages to read.
And they said balance will be a focus in this one.
Yeah, they don't want it all just heaped on his shoulders, I don't believe. I think they want to make sure they take some of the pressure off.
Also, hello to Blake Lewis. They go for a run, but they lose a yard because of it at the hands of Fletcher Cox. Fletcher Cox with a big tackle for loss. I mean, I know it's only 1 yard, but hey, you just take what you can get.
Routine for him, isn't it?
It really is. That play there, that's him all day long.
And of course, Walter Johnson is has a new number, number 99. So
after the loss to start out,
that's what he has right now.
Second and 11.
And Logan, gets rid of the football quick enough. And, well, they don't get the first down, but that was close. 3rd and 2.
For a second there, I thought that might break big. Screen pass. Looked like it was coming together. Looked like there was an opening.
Oh, there you see Darius, number 56. There you see 56 at the bottom of the screen in the front line.
They'll try and run for it with Jones.
And they get the first down.
Good enough for a first
They
down.
get the first down.
They're able to convert with a gain of 4.
On 3rd down, that's a good job of situational football and understanding where the first down marker was and getting there.
Still a scoreless game. There you see John, number 76. NBA John.
Now, here's 1st and 10. And they'll keep
they hand it off,
Jones.
But they don't get very far.
Nigel Branham brings him down.
Good stop there by Branham. Here is the offensive line. Alex Kappa.
Play to his strength.
And then Mike Evans, the wide receiver, and also wide receiver number 20. Most people know him best as Crimson Ninja, but he decided to go under his own name, James Cleghorn.
Here's 2nd and 9, just a
number
yard
20
on that last run.
So now we'll see how Mr. Cleghorn is going to do. They get the catch, but they don't get very far. In fact, they get sent out of bounds.
It'll be 3rd down. And the defense now.
Walter Johnson, the left end, as well as Darius on the right end. NBA John, the right outside linebacker. And then, of course, you can't forget Sidney Jones, the 4th.
Now back to throw.
And is that nope? That was incomplete. For a moment, I thought that Mr. Cleghorn was going to come down with that ball, but it didn't. But it just didn't pan out.
It felt like it was in the air for a while.
What it does is it allows a defender to gain some ground, come from a long distance, and have a chance to affect the pass.
Huh. Interesting. I'll have to read that after the show.
So
anyway,
1
minute, 3 seconds, and Tampa Bay will have to punt it away. They do.
Taking it about the 16.
And they get to the 21, does Philadelphia, so we'll find out if they've made any adjustments since their last offensive go around.
To do better than they did their last possession when they punted the football. Appeal to the vanity of your offensive line. Tell them that they control your fate. Leverage guys. Win the line of scrimmage. If you do that, you start to win 1st down. You win 2nd down. And guess what? You start accumulating 1st downs. And that's what they need in order to not punt the ball again.
Ready. 30 days. Let's go. Here we go. Let's bring it. Let's go. Let's bring it.
All right,
They'll
DKO.
start this drive in the air.
And,
this will be
well,
incomplete.
not a bad
Physical
throw,
play
but
on the
unfortunately,
football
well
there, second
defended.
down.
And here's the
And a
defense.
quick look at the
Cole
Buccaneer
Weston, the defensive tackle.
starters.
And Ndamukong Suh was an all-pro when he was with the Detroit Lions in 2013.
Then, of course, you have Jason Pierre-Paul. You got to watch out for him. As well as free safety Mike Edwards.
Level. My eyes tell me he's still playing at an elite level.
I mean, there you see Weston. Look how big he is. Look at the size of that man. That man's huge.
Crush a run game. You name it. Ndamukong Suh can do it. And how about how durable he is? Hasn't missed a game since 2011.
From the 21, it's 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10.
And DKO gets rid of it, and he manages to get a reception in forward progress, and they get a 3rd and 3. QB is terrified of me, and that's and as DKO probably should. All right, here we go.
They'll look to throw.
They get the open man, and oh, we got a flag. What's this?
With the first down and a late flag here too.
Oh, we had a face mask on. I believe that was Tampa Bay. Andrew Adams.
So they'll take the
yardage, and now they're at midfield. So now Philadelphia has a good chance to get some great field position. If nothing else, it would help them get, field goals, if not get closer to, getting a touchdown. Anyway, what happened was it was a penalty, and if you're a defensive player and you grab the face mask of your opponent, that's a penalty. And
they run with Howard.
And if nothing else, that just gives yardage to the team that did not commit the penalty. I wish I could better explain it, but basically the opponent made a big mistake is what they did. Anyway, 5 seconds left in the quarter. Are they going to let it? Nope, they get it playoff. DKO gets an open man. They got it to Zach Ertz, and that's going to be the end of the quarter, but they get to the 28-yard line. At the end of the first quarter, it's 0-0. But the Eagles are getting close. They're getting close as we speak. Zach Ertz. His first reception for 18 yards. That's a huge play. There's 4 of them, 4 quarters. And down goes, okay, so they get 1 yard, but that's not a lot. That's not a lot of yardage to get to. But yeah, there's 4 quarters in every game. Now, of course, if after 4 quarters it's still tied, then we'll go to overtime.
Really want to accomplish and who to run behind. Which are your better blockers? Find those guys and get in that direction.
And when they hand it off,
it's Sanders. 2 runs in a row, but only 2 yards to show for it.
And another yard, but again, they're going to have to.
He's definitely one of the better linebackers.
So they're going to have to do better than that because they'll either have to block better or call better plays or do better play calling, because right now what they're doing is only hurting themselves.
And it's going to be incomplete.
And it's caught, but it's out of bounds, so that's going to be incomplete.
Says the line judge, and it's going to bring up 4th down. More problems here on 3rd down. They've converted only once so far in this first half.
And you know as well as I do in this league, if you don't win on 3rd down, it makes it hard to win a ball game, because then you're relying on your defense, you're relying on your special teams. You've got to get it done with your offensive unit.
All right, so 4th and 8, and they're going to go for a field goal. They kick it, and it goes through the uprights, and that puts them up 3-0. Can't even talk.
Fight thus far into the 2nd quarter now, and we do have our first point. It's a field goal.
Yeah, a lot of people say, wow, first action on the scoreboard, about time. To me, The action's been right there on the field, trying to figure out who could gain an advantage, gain some field position, finally get points on the board. I'm loving this kind
4
of
quarters.
game.
And feels like kickers might play
So
a big
while
role
Philadelphia
in this
is in the lead 3-0, it's not a very cushy. It's not a very good margin of victory. I mean, you got to really pound them in. So now it's up to Philadelphia to try to stop Tampa Bay, and likewise for Tampa Bay, they got to get down the field and either get a field goal or get a touchdown. And wow, he gets that's a good return there to the 38 for Tampa Bay. That's a very good return.
And Tampa Bay trots out.
All right, so here comes Logan again.
To get cooking, just a 3-0 scoreline as they begin with a 1st and 10.
All right, there's Zarius again, along with John and Walter Johnson.
So here's a 1st and 10 at the 38. They'll come out throwing here to start
And Logan.
It's caught by Mike Evans.
And a great catch by Mike Evans, who actually did do pretty well in the IRL Super Bowl. Especially when they got Tom Brady. But even then, it just shows that how good Mike Evans was even before that. All right, 1st and 10 at the 49. Another reception.
A gain of 6 there on 1st.
And they gained 6 on that, so it's 2nd and 4.
One of the safer things an offense can do. Get the ball out to the receiver as fast as possible, hope he's got man-to-man coverage, and hope that his athleticism wins on the perimeter.
6 yards was the pickup on the last.
I'm not sure if Crimson Ninja's doing something, but hopefully he gets to see the game.
They'll run it with Jones.
So they get the run.
Gain of just over 2 yards as the first
and 3rd and inches. I thought for sure they had it, but anyway, it's up to Philadelphia to stop them. Can they do it?
I can just tell you, attrition does set in for a defense because you're excited about hitting him in the first half. Maybe not so much in the second half, and some of these shorter gains turn into bigger runs later.
And they run it, and it's a big gaping hole.
And past the 35, he'll be dropped a yard.
And that's a 1st down for Philadelphia, or for Tampa Bay, excuse me.
The Bucs have a 1st down.
Tampa Bay gets themselves another 1st down, and
4 plays, 3 first downs.
There we go.
That's pretty good recipe
I had
for
to
success.
get something off my chest there. Anyway, so yeah, that was great blocking and great running on the part of Tampa Bay. So that was a beautiful run in Cole's case.
Before the 2-minute warning.
All right, so now at the 31-yard line, they hand it off. Another run and another 1st down.
To about the 20-yard line. It's a gain of 11, and the Bucs have a 1st down.
And we get to the 2-minute warning. I mean, right now, if you're Tampa Bay, you just have to.
We remind you that coming up at halftime.
I mean, you just have to stay patient. Take what Philadelphia gives you.
No touchdowns as of yet on either side.
So his job's
All right, so they get 5 yards on that. 2nd and 5.
We give the coach some highlights here.
Yes, we do.
This drive, it's been a good mix. 3 passing plays, 3 runs, hitting on all 3 of those passes, and the last one putting him in the red zone.
So wouldn't you think play action right here? Because you've got the ability and had the ability to run it and throw it. Go play action and take your shot at the end zone.
2nd and 5.
Gets the throw off, and wow. Howard with a great catch, and now it is 1st and goal at the 5 for Tampa Bay. So now Tampa Bay has an opportunity to take the lead before going into the half. They have all 3 timeouts to use if they need to use it. If they need to use them, I should say. Excuse me.
From the shotgun, he'll look to throw. That's complete right around the 8.
Oh, we got a flag.
Oh, that's a face mask. Certainly looked like it indeed. Here
Oh,
comes the
does a face mask, this time to Philadelphia. Sidney Jones.
Well, we looked at each other right away. We knew
And what that does is it gives Tampa Bay a fresh set of downs. You get 4 downs, by the way, and if you fail on the 4th down, then you lose the ball to the opposing team. I probably should have mentioned that part, but they get a fresh set of downs now, and they'll have it at the 4-yard line. So that's something to bear in mind here.
They'll come out in the pistol. So now then the penalty's got them set up with a 1st and goal. They'll drop to throw. Looking
and
zone, but it's incomplete.
Well, that was incomplete.
Mike Evans, the one he was looking
2nd and goal now.
But it'll be 2nd and goal.
It's been my observation there's been a nice variety of play calling defensively. You and I often talk about an offense's ability to keep a defense off balance with what they're doing. I think the converse has been true in this game.
I think you're right. They seem to have gone off tendency quite a bit, but only the 2nd quarter, a lot of time to change things.
1 minute, 1 second left. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. That was Wally Johnson. Walter the Hulk Johnson. Oh, he got him real good. He got Logan. I mean, he came out of nowhere. And the Hulk, I mean, he smashed. He smashed Logan. And I'm pretty sure Cole on the sidelines cannot be too happy that, you know, his contemporary on the other side got a hold of Logan. All right, here we go. And, I mean, it was caught, but it was out of bounds. Well, actually, no. They did catch it, but it was out of bounds, and it's now going to be 4th and goal. So now the question is, do you go for the field goal? Yep, they're going to go for the field goal.
Kicker Matt Gay from the right hash here should be an easy one.
All right, so it's a field goal, so it's a tie, 3-3, with 50 seconds left.
So the field goal there caps what winds up to be an 11-play drive.
Well, partner, that's a lot of offense to run there to only get 3 points. So I just wonder, are they going to recycle those plays because they were successful in getting 3? Or do you go to another section of the playbook trying to find ones that get you into the end zone, get you 6?
All right, 50 seconds left.
Field goals
we'll see what Philadelphia can do in the remaining 50 seconds here. And they'll just simply take the knee and go to the 25-yard line.
And it comes out to the 25-yard line. Here's the Philadelphia offensive unit now as they head out to take over possession. And we're under a minute to go here. What's been an even first half, all tied up.
Yeah, still time to make something happen, too. A couple completions, you string them together, could get into field goal range. Let's see what happens.
I don't know if Jake Bagwell's still here, but I'm pretty sure he has to, you know, scout the competition at some point. They get a completion, but not too far.
And not much to speak of. Call it a 1-yard gain up to the 26.
One thing you're hoping for when you run drag routes, you're able to hit a receiver in stride, and he can pick up a lot of yardage after the catch. But in this situation, the defense was effective, able to stop him before he could get a good head of steam going.
The last play got just a yard. Here's 2nd and 9 from the 26. He'll look to throw. And he finds his tight end. It's Ertz.
All right, so he gets it to Ertz, but again, not very far. And the Eagles will burn another timeout. So 3rd and 7 with 3 seconds left. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Tampa Bay that burned it. Never mind. Although I'm not sure why you would do that.
The Bucs with an extra defender.
You know, I mean, you would want the clock to run down, especially when you're on defense. and you don't have the
All
ball.
that remains is
Although,
to snap this once, and that'll do it for the
and
first half of
for
play.
some reason,
And they're going to take a timeout.
I'm not sure why they would take another
So with
timeout,
fourth
man.
down coming up, they go ahead and burn it and say we'll see what happens.
All right, so 4th and 9 with 2 seconds left.
Here's Cameron Johnston now as he'll punt it away for the second time.
All right, so Philadelphia punts it away.
And a fair catch signaled for and taken just outside the
Well,
20-yard
in any case,
line.
that's the end
So
of
we've
the
reached
second
halftime
quarter
in a
and the first
low-scoring
half.
affair, just a pair of field
And
goals.
after one half, it is
our
3-3.
score. As we toss it an hour or so east of here to Orlando, it's Jonathan Coachman with our EA Sports Halftime Report.
Okay, right, Brandon. Thanks very much. And welcome in, everyone, to this slimmed-down version of the EA Sports Halftime Report. Not too much to show you scoring-wise in that first half. Just a couple of field goals make up all the scoring. But the teams are ready to go at half number 2. So to bring it your way, let's get right back out to Brandon Godden.
All right.
Coach, thank you, and we welcome everyone back for quarter number 3.
Oh, and of course we have the silhouette glitch, but again, it doesn't break the game, thankfully.
Second half ready
So
to roll.
Tampa Bay
2
will start
field
off
goals,
with the ball.
combined output in half number 1. Could be first touchdown.
And this time they'll run it.
Fielded at the 2.
And, well, they get to the 27-yard line.
Couple extra yards up to the 27-yard line.
Good return there by Mickens.
Out come the Buccaneers. They'll have it
But here
first to
comes
start
Logan
the
Hinton,
third quarter.
and he
They
has
have a
yet to
chance
record a
break our tie
touchdown.
here as we get a look at
But
the
he
first
has
drive
taken
of
care of the
quarter
ball,
3.
so...
And it's such a tone setter, isn't it? Because both sides trying to
All right, so there you see Johnson, John,
What do they have dialed
and-
up that'll
and
give
Darius.
them the advantage to move the ball downfield?
Let's find out what they have dialed up.
You ready? Hey, we got Mike, number 53. Mike, 53. Ready?
Back to throw now on first down.
They get the reception, but not too far. But a good amount of yards, so they get about 4 yards on that one.
Go. 4 yards on that last
Second and
completion,
6.
So that sets up 2nd and 6. Off the play fake.
They fake the handoff, and they get a first down.
They'll be brought down shy of the 40 at the 38-yard line. 7 yards there and a first down.
Good catch there by Bray, getting enough forward progress to get a first down. So far, Tampa Bay has been the more consistent offensive force, but they have only 3 points to show for it.
So here's a 1st and 10 at the 38. Now this one to his tight end out on the right side.
And another chunk of yards, 8 yards on that one.
8 yards on the first down completion.
2nd and 2.
Nice rhythm.
And I will say this one, Tampa Bay has definitely been consistent. That's what helped them win or get to the Super Bowl last season. We'll see if the addition of Crimson Ninja, James Cleghorn, will get the job done.
And he finds Howard complete.
But instead, it's Howard that gets that big catch. 26 yards.
So many things to watch for when
and they get to the 28-yard line and are within striking distance of scoring.
In the right place. Sometimes your eyes can fool you. How about that play action there?
Great catch there by Howard.
Dump it over the top to him. Still in search of their first touchdown of the game, but they're on the move. 1st and 10. Now Now a first down carry by Jones.
Well, they
And
do
he
get
is
a stop.
met in his tracks behind the line
And in
of
fact, they
scrimmage.
lose 2 yards because of it.
That's gonna go as a loss of 2.
So
It'll be
Maddox gets
second
himself
down.
a tackle for loss for 2 yards, so that's a
Both of
great
these
play by
offenses have a
Philadelphia.
rough time getting a running game going. But boy, what a nice play there defensively.
Tackling him behind the line, but you're right. You look at the numbers. Neither side looks on track in the ground game. A rare misstep on that last play because the drive has been strong, but now it's 2nd and 12. Here we
All right,
go,
2nd and 12. They get a reception,
That's complete.
and then that's going to get them 5 yards, but it's 3rd and 7.
6 yards is the
So for
pickup, and
Philadelphia,
that'll
if they
lead to a
want to
third
get the
down.
ball back and get some points, they got to get this stop right here. We'll see if Darius and the rest of the guys can get the job done.
Better opportunity to convert on 3rd down.
On the other hand, if you're Logan, you want to get the job done on your end.
They'll set up to throw.
They do in fact get the job done as they get another first down. Logan has 105 yards.
15-yard line. I don't know what they talked about at halftime. Whatever it was, it worked. They look like a different team here in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, I doubt that there are very many trash cans that got kicked over, that type of a speech. I think what they did was they analyzed what worked in the first half, what didn't, and figured out a better game plan.
I mean, he gets by one guy. But I think it was Jerry who got him. I couldn't really see his name right there.
This quarterback now 13 of 15 passing. That's good for 87%. It's 1st and 10.
All right, now on the 15.
He'll look to throw here.
And an incompletion.
It's incomplete.
2nd and 10.
For Chris Godwin that time. And now it's 2nd down. How about the defensive effort from both of these teams that we've seen in this game?
Would you say it's like a high-stakes chess match right now?
Chess is one way to go. Yeah, I like it.
Okay, the only reason I say that, you feel like they're contemplating their moves before actually making one, and none of them being done very confidently.
Truth be told,
And a completion, and they get to the 2-yard line. Yeah, one more quarter to go. But right now, Tampa Bay has a chance to really get this game.
In-breaking route, drove it with excellent pace.
I mean, of course, Darius, in this case, you want to stop them. You want to stop them from getting that touchdown. You're on the team of white and green. Whereas Cole definitely wants to see his guys get this touchdown on offense. Here we go. They pitch it. And it's a touchdown. So Barber gets himself a touchdown. And Tampa Bay now leads by 6, probably soon to be 7.
Well, that turned out how they wanted. Run the toss play to the left side, go for that pylon, get in there.
And just being able to understand where the pylon was.
And Darius is like, no!
Well done, well executed.
Well, again, it's not over, though. It's usually never over until it is. Or until there's not enough time, or too little, too late. So it's not over, though. They kick it, and it's, in fact, going to be 10-3.
Score 10-3 now. A 10-play drive that time. And it's Peyton Barber that polishes it all off with a touchdown scamper.
It's kind of funny they have the Microsoft Surface there. I'm surprised they even secured the rights for that. Which I'm kind of surprised. As well as Bose. Well, now it's up to the Eagles. Can they... Now the pressure's on them now.
And following the touchdown now, it's Bradley Pinion on to kick this one away. That'll be taken
and he'll just simply take a knee for that one.
He won't return this one. He'll go down to a knee, and they'll start at the 25. So here are the Eagles now as they get set for their first possession of the second half. And this game was all square at halftime, but now they find themselves down 7 following the opening drive touchdown here in the third quarter.
And they need to take a good, relaxing, deep breath, don't you think? Because right now they might start to feel like they've got to play catch-up here and start matching them point for point. But it's still too early to get there. They can still run their offense. Plenty of time to get back in this game.
Ready up. Mike, 45. All right. Let's go, D. Let's go. Hey, let's get this. Let's go.
All right, DKO. Trying to find somebody. He does.
Caught by the tight end Ertz.
So they get Ertz, but not for very many yards, though. They get 7 yards on that one.
You know, despite the scoreline, I think they've got to like where they are here. They're on the road and just one big play away from getting right back in this game.
I'm going to follow right along with you because the spot they're in now is a credit to their defense. They've kept them in it by making the plays that they've made, and that just means you're one big
And
score
they
away
go for the
from being
handoff,
right
and
back.
they get themselves a
Question is,
first
can this
down.
offense step up and make that play, because that's been an issue for them in this game. They'll get 3 as the drive continues.
So they got,
It's a first
so
down.
even though it was only 3, it was just enough to get a first down.
Situation nowadays, but I love watching a team that has enough confidence to go ahead and run the football in that situation. That's
I mean,
almost
yeah,
a
you would think the
tendency breaker.
Eagles should win,
So
but
from the 36
but,
now, first and 10.
you know, the best team always
Here's a
wins.
play fake as
They
set up
they
to throw.
they do a play fake, and DKO got to get somebody.
And that is caught on the right sideline, but out of bounds. says the
Oh,
line
that
judge.
was okay. So that was out of
Throw took it
bounds.
a little too far. It's second down.
All right, 2nd and 10 with 12 seconds left in this third quarter with 1 quarter left to go.
Watch tight end. Watch tight end. Tight end's right. Tight end's right.
2nd and 10.
And they get it.
Over the middle.
And what a huge run.
Past midfield, almost to the 40 before being taken down. The
A
catch
30
and run, good for 24 yards.
A 24-yard reception there for Ertz. So, wait a minute. Is it just me, or
And they're not going to get to the
I
line
just
to
noticed
run
that
another play.
the
So we will
the
switch
comments are not
ends as
working
the third quarter
on that
has come to
on
a
this end.
close. And that'll do
I
it
just-
for the
I
end
just
of the
realized
second
that.
quarter. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports.
Hopefully this fixes it. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, hopefully that fixes it, because I just noticed that the sidebar was not working. I'm like, what?
As they search for a tying touchdown. Here's first
I was so
and 10.
enamored with the game, I didn't even notice that until
Looking to
now.
throw.
And another first down.
Moore.
And now
he's
they get to the
taken down
28.
Inside the 30.
Philadelphia
It's
getting
a gain
close.
of 13 and a first down for Philadelphia.
Fired that one in there, able to make connection on a
Nelson
nice in
Aguilar
route.
with
those
another
faster
reception
passes that are
there.
Going that fast. Any hesitation as a quarterback that the deflection, if you miss, might be bigger and lead to an interception?
Yeah, and the deflection works both ways. Maybe
Also,
defender
okay,
gets a
now it
hand
starts
in the
to
way
work
and it
again,
pops in
thankfully.
the air.
Anyway,
And
what's
sometimes
up,
you
Chris
throw it so
Clark?
hard, your receiver can't handle it, and he pops it up in the air for the
And,
defenders to grab
well,
as well.
I'm not sure if that was
They were able to connect.
pass
Now a
interference or
throw
not,
on
but
first
that's a
down
drop
there,
ball.
but it's incomplete. He was looking for Miles Sanders out of the backfield, and that'll bring up
Anyway, so
second
great to
down.
see Chris Clark. What's up, man?
Here we go. Here we go. Hey, Lee. Here we go. G, get off the field.
I'm not sure if Jake is still in the chat there, but hopefully you can get him. And another bad throw.
It's incomplete.
I mean, DKO, you know, bless his heart. I mean, he's doing everything he can to
We
win,
know
but
he has confidence. He'll throw it any place, anytime, anywhere. That time it fell incomplete.
hopefully he can think of another plan, because right now
Big play coming up. Here's 3rd and 10.
they need this one.
Pressure here.
That's got to be a
And the blitz does come.
And they do get the first down.
And they'll get this down
And they'll
to
get it to the
10.
10-yard
They're
line.
able to convert on 3rd down, and that sets up a
That's a
first
huge
and goal.
one. Also, what's
They
up,
like going
Cruz?
to him in the slot. He catches another one.
I think this comes under
So
the
now all the
heading
big
of,
stars are
until
coming
they
out now.
stop him, why not go back to him? He has something going really well. Great working relationship with the guy throwing the ball, and they keep making the connection.
A looming decision to make on the conversion, down 7, but first things first.
I've been helping Grandma.
As they come up on first and goal.
Anyway, nice run. Ooh, good run by Howard. I think he should have probably went a little bit more to the right, because then he probably would have broken out and got the touchdown, but he still gets 5 yards on that one. I've been helping Grandma slot and not been home with my family, but we're okay. Okay. Oh, I'm happy that you're doing well. And that everyone is doing well.
They'll try again with Howard.
And then, oh, wait a minute, we got a flag.
The face mask. Here come the flags.
Wait, what's the flag for? Yeah, it's a face mask, and it's against Sean Murphy Bunting. And unfortunately, what this does for Philadelphia is it gives them, well, unfortunately for Tampa Bay, I should say, excuse me, is that this gives Philadelphia a fresh set of downs, and they're at the 1-yard line. So Philadelphia has every chance to get the touchdown and tie this game up. So it's gonna we'll see what Tampa Bay does to stop them.
The 1 after the penalty, first and goal.
3 minutes, 27 seconds left. They hand it off, and they get it. It is a touchdown.
It's gonna be caught for an Eagles touchdown. J.J. Arcega-Whiteside.
J.J. Arcega-Whiteside with a huge catch. A.W. with a big catch. You know, that's what I'll call him, A.W., just for short. But anyway, big catch by A.W. and a great play by Mr. DKO. Much to the chagrin of Cole and much to the delight of Darius.
Sometimes you throw a touchdown pass, and sometimes
you throw, what, a touchdown strike?
There you go. That's my man, in concert.
All right, so barring a missed field goal, this is going to be a tie game.
And no sweat, he puts
all right, so it is, in fact, it will be a tie game. So now, if you're Tampa Bay, you now have a chance to take the lead back. But if you're Philadelphia, you want to stop them or limit them to maybe a field goal if you have to. But it's a new game now. So now it's 3 minutes, 24 seconds left. Can Philadelphia get the ball back? And can Tampa Bay keep the ball and go all the way and score?
All level now at 10 apiece as the kick's away.
And he kicks it, but they'll just take the knee and get to the 25-yard line.
To return this one, so they'll bring it out to the 25 on the touchback. Here comes the Tampa Bay offense now heading back out onto the field. And they had to wait a long time to get the football back. Probably not what you were hoping for when you got an offense that's humming.
Agreed. What you were looking for is the defense getting the ball back pretty quickly, right? Hoping for a
I mean, there you see Mr. Cleghorn.
You can't yell at your
we'll see if he can step up his game alongside Logan, because right now,
they're back on the field.
I mean, so far the running game has done well. The passing game may be a little bit may need some more work there. Anyway, here we go.
Start this drive in the air. Wide open receiver complete. And they're able to get this one across the 35.
All right, so that will so that's going to be a first down for Tampa Bay.
So from the 36 now, first and 10.
And that was actually a catch by James Cleghorn, a.k.a. Crimson Ninja. Not sure where Crimson Ninja is, I guess. Hopefully he's okay.
The Penn State man, it's Chris Godwin.
Chris Godwin with a big catch and another first down.
Before he's brought down. It's a gain of 11, and the Bucs have a first down.
Also, Crimson, you're just in time for the final 2.5 minutes left in this game and counting. I was in the shower. Oh. So far, you have 2 catches. And here we go.
They're going to look to throw.
They get a catch.
It's Evans.
And that was Evans who caught it. Also, hey, what's up, Last Fox, man? How you doing?
Defense in this situation.
Great catch there by Mike Evans, though.
Picked it off. Okay, so they gave up the completion, but I really enjoyed.
And welcome back,
how
Nicole
the
McQueen.
defense stayed in sync, stayed in great communication, and as he dragged,
And that's the 2-minute warning.
You see him pointing, communicating. There he is, and they passed him off to each defender. Ended up making a nice play, even though it was complete.
I'm happy. I'm doing pretty well, my friend. It's good to see you. All right, and also Nicole too. They get the catch, and well, Howard gets the catch, but once he caught it, I mean, he really couldn't do much with it. And now it's 3rd and 4. So this is huge either way, because for Tampa Bay, they definitely want to hold on to the ball and make their way down. But if you're Philadelphia, you want to get this stop, and you want the ball back yourself. They get a completion, but is that a first down? No, 4th and inches. Oh, now this is a huge thing, because if Tampa Bay goes for it and they fail, they lose the ball.
4th and inches?
Yeah, it's not more than a half a foot.
Or do you go for a field goal, or even a punt?
I'm one of those guys.
Anyway, Clinton, quit being salty that I didn't join the Packers.
Tie game, 4th quarter, and they're going for
this thing. Oh my gosh, they're going to go for it. If they fail, they lose the ball.
Ogunbowale on the screen.
Nope, they did not fail. They got it.
First down yardage as he's brought down at the 41.
All right, so 1:25 left. I think really the only thing that's going against Tampa Bay is the time, and they still have their timeouts left, so they can use them if they need to.
The 4th down run successful.
But I can understand, letting the clock run down a little bit, so as not to give the other team a chance to get back in should they get the ball back.
2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2.
Nope, just associate the Bucs with Brady. Well, Brady's not here. I mean, he's still with the Packers in this universe, so. There you see Mr. James Claycorn.
8 yards the
Crimson
gain
Ninja.
On that last run. Here's
2nd and 2.
3 bucks.
Again,
they hand it off, and they get a big hole.
They'll get the first down and more inside the 20.
Man.
And finally taken down at the 20.
And Philadelphia will take a timeout of their own, although I'm not sure why you would do that.
As he'll get it with just a shade under a minute to go in
That's
the game.
True. But anyway, one of the reasons I decided to do the Philadelphia-Tampa Bay game is because Darius Darius lives in Europe, which means he has to go to bed soon. So that's really the only reason I decided to go with that route. But another timeout by Philadelphia, and they did get a big stop there. Now it's 2nd and 10, and that was a tackle by Etienne John. That's his first tackle in the game. But now it's 55 seconds.
So after the run for no gain, here's 2nd and 10.
They hand it off.
Here's Jones.
And John, well, they get a couple of yards, but they only get 4 yards on that one, but it's a 3rd and 6.
With 3rd and 6.
So now Tampa Bay, well, Philadelphia doesn't have any more timeouts left, but Tampa Bay can use one if they need to. But it's a 3rd and 6.
Tight on everyone and try and force the field goal attempt here. You can't let them break.
And okay, so Tampa Bay will finally use a timeout of their own, and they'll try to think about this.
They could take it to the house, but the magnitude of this possible upcoming field goal, every yard counts. The Eagles call on the extra defensive back here as they prepare for a stop on 3rd down. This is Jones.
And Jones with a big run, and they take it all the way to the 2.
The Bucs going to go ahead and use the 2nd of their timeouts. As he'll stop it with 27 seconds showing on the clock.
Oh my gosh, at the 2-yard line, can Tampa Bay get this? If they do, they practically win the game.
On first and goal. They'll try to run it in with Jones.
Oh, they don't get it. Not yet, though.
One tackle, but not much daylight after that as he's brought down. Only a yard on the pickup there.
All right, so Tampa Bay, are they going to use their timeout? Or they could just let the clock run to about maybe 3, 4, 5 seconds. Oh, they're going to go for the field goal, and they win! It's over! They get the field goal at the end of regulation just before the clock runs down to 0, and it's over.
Decided the late points get scored, and then it ends on the kickoff.
Oh, man. And for the Eagles, they have nothing to be ashamed of. And Darius, you have nothing to be ashamed of either, but what can I say? The Tampa Bay Bucks did exactly what they needed to do. They got down the field. They tried to cut the clock down as much as they possibly could. And then, when they got to about 3 seconds, 2, 3, 4 seconds left, then they decided to go for the field goal and take the lead and win at the end. And John is like, F that. Well, John, I don't know what to say about that except just it was and the fact that the Eagles came back and tied it up. But I know that John is a very fierce competitor, and I know that
so long from Tampa.
I don't know what else to say about that, John, except I know that I know that you wanted to win is what I was trying to say. Anyway, let's take a look at the stats before we go. So, of course, both guys did pretty well. Yeah, you did pretty well for your first game, and John did pretty well in the time that he was there, or got his couple of stats. I'll show it in a moment. So the QB rating, relatively close. Hinton had more completions. That probably would explain why Logan was able to get more first downs, and even though DKO got himself a touchdown, which was great, but the fact that he was able to get more completions, definitely, and also the fact that, the Bucks ended up with the ball last, it also helped Logan get a couple more completions than normal. Okay. All right. Receiving. Okay, so we have James Crimson Ninja Cleghorn. He had 2 receptions for 17 yards. And what else? Okay, that's about it, though. Oh, yeah. Another thing I should mention, John, if you're still in the chat there, as well as Nicole, is that in Season 5, what we're going to do is we'll have a draft. And the 10 teams involved are the 10 teams that get the first 10 picks. Now, of course, if there's any duplicates, then I'll just go to the next team and so on and so forth. So the teams that will be featured next time are the teams that are, at current, the worst in the league. And yet one of them is going to win a championship when all is said and done. Chris Godwin with 11 yards, but I mean, he did his part. Whiteside, he's the guy that came up with the touchdown reception to tie the game at one point. Okay, so Chris is ready. I like that, definitely. Let's see. Okay, here's NBN John. He got 2 tackles, 1 assisted. Or I'm sorry, 3 tackles total and a tackle for loss. But nobody really had... Oh, yeah, and Walter Johnson got himself a sack, so that's another thing. Oh, yeah, and Mr. Darius got himself one tackle. There he is. But really that was all that he had. So kicking. It was Matt Gay who came up with the big field goal, which put him up 13-10, and that was the difference. So Matt Gay was the, and don't make fun of it. That's actually his name. I mean, you did what you had to do. I mean, of course, you did your best, and so did the rest of the Eagles. Yes, I did have fun. All right, so there you go. And of course, there's Tom Brady, speaking of the man himself. Oh yeah, I forgot. Let me. Where's my pen? I know I put my pens in somewhere. I forgot where I put it. Where's my pen? Shoot, where's my pen? Oh, my pen's behind me. Okay, so let me. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the Eagles are sadly eliminated, but they're gone. All right. So the next person, or the next team, I should say, we will go with Okay. We're going to go with the Dallas Cowboys and the Packers. We can do that. That is if Clinton or Jake Bagwell or Kelly is here, or because I know that Chris is here and he's ready for his game, obviously. I mean, I did what I could. I'm happy to. Okay, so Clinton is here. All right, so since I don't have a way to contact Jake Bagwell, you'll have to contact him. I'll contact Kelly. So let me get Kelly. Packers for the loss. So yeah, anyway, we'll try to do as many games as we can, and whatever games we don't finish, we'll do another time. So anyway, let me get Kelly. Okay, there we go. And then of course, if I think the next person that was here was Nicole and Chris Clark for the respective teams of Seattle and the New England Patriots, in which Chris Clark is a running back. All right, so. Also, hey, Big Tito, what's up, man? All right, so Kelly is on her way, and Clinton's already here. Hopefully, Clinton gets Mr. Jake Bagwell here. All right, well, first let's introduce their opponents. Thankfully, they're relatively close. Okay, here we go. So first we have the Dallas Cowboys, which are represented by one Jordan Walker. For the longest time, we've always called him Red Hood. And the Green Bay Packers, in which they have two defensive stalwarts in linebacker Jake Bagwell, cornerback Clinton Cage, and of course, a new number one receiver in Crushing Kelly. So let's get to it. All right, so we're closer to 4:15 p.m. That's okay. Okay, clear's fine. And okay, making sure everything else is good. All right, cool. So best of luck to the Green Bay Packers against their old conference rival. I mean, I remember that they had a couple of National Football Conference championship games against one another. I mean, of course, early before, because I remember in the 90s, it was the Cowboys that got the best of the Packers, and then later on, the Packers got the better of the Cowboys. So I remember that. All right, here we go. As I am a real-life Cowboys fan. Oh, boy. I have a feeling Crushing Kelly's going to, just take her boot and crush you. Nah, not really. I mean, of course, that was the joke, given her nickname, but still. But Crimson Ninja did, in fact, win his game along with Cole Wesson and Logan, who was here earlier.
Hey, everybody, it's the coach. Welcome to the special Saturday edition of the NFL on EA Sports. Coming up, we've got a good one on tap between the Dallas Cowboys and the Green Bay Packers. With that, let's get up to Green Bay, Wisconsin. Standing by for the call from venerable Lambeau Field, here are Brandon Godden and Charles
of course,
Davis.
the cathedral
Coach,
of football, Lambeau Field.
Lombardi Avenue here in the heart of Green Bay, Wisconsin. We all know this community lives for its Packers, and the green and gold came out of the tunnel a short time ago, and it was
Chris
loud.
Clark goes for the Packers to win. Okay.
So are they, as the Packers get set to match up with the Dallas Cowboys. Alongside my partner, Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gunn. Happy to be with you. And CD, as we get this thing going, give the folks at home something to keep their eye on.
The running game for both teams, because I think this is going to be an old-fashioned, old-school type of a game. Physical. Who wins?
So several people are going to say Green Bay will win.
The clock, they will come out the victor.
So the only person rooting for the Cowboys is the IRL Cowboy fan himself, Crimson Ninja, who would have been on this team had he not backed out and moved to Tampa Bay instead. And so far, that proved to be the right call. But
here's Kai Forbath now to get us started.
But of course, these two teams have also faced each other in the NFL championship game. And that was before the Super Bowl was a thing. And in fact, they met each other twice in the first. At the time, the NFL Championship, which was the prelude to the Super Bowl, in which Tampa Bay would win both those contests, and it was against these Cowboys. I remember, the Ice Bowl of 1976. I remember. Well, I mean, when I say 67, sorry, 1966, 1967, but it was 67. That was the Ice Bowl. Or at least for the 67 season, I remember. And, oh man, I remember,
a little jet
anyway,
sweep to start
a jet sweep, and, well, they get a couple of yards on that one.
For him there on the game's first play, and it's second down.
But, I mean, you had the Ice Bowl, you had
the offensive starters for the Packers.
And then I still remember the epic at the Cotton Bowl, which was the Cowboys' old home. I mean, of course, I watched it on America's Game on NFL, on the NFL Network. I remember when it was a special. I mean, of course, now those specials are now up on YouTube, so you can now watch it anytime you want. Anyway, Rodgers. And who was that who he just threw to? Oh, Kelly with a huge catch. And Kelly immediately paying dividends as she is now the new #1 receiver.
You enter the danger zone when you decide to.
So Kelly with her first reception.
If he's able to diagnose as he did on that play, he can hurt you downfield.
He reads defenses so well, doesn't he?
He really does, and the best part about that play for him
And another reception to Kelly, but this time she does not get very far.
Figured out where the blitz was coming from and went to a secondary target for a really nice game.
So here's the defense: DeMarcus Lawrence,
And a look at the defense
Robert
for
Quinn,
the Cowboys.
Sean Lee,
Gets to the quarterback
and
as well as
wait,
any
what happened to
defensive
Jalen
end in the
Smith?
league. A lot of it goes back to his high school wrestling.
Then of course you have
background. He
Xavier
understands
Woods,
leverage
who
and
is
hands as well as
obviously
anyone.
no relation to Austin Creed, as we all know. I'll probably ask Kelly after this offensive sequence, but 2nd and 9.
On 2nd and 9.
Rogers.
And he's going to drop this off to
And he gets it to...
Able to corral him right at the midfield stripe.
Who did he get it to? He got it to Jay Williams.
I like it, I like it, I like it. Get everyone involved in the passing game, and you know you can create those great mismatches throwing it to your guys out of the backfield.
And on the first drive, that can also help establish some rhythm.
So now
right?
3rd and 2.
So, and gets everyone involved. They feel like they're part of it. It really gets them amped up as they
And,
go forward.
nice quick throw and a first down. So far, Aaron Rodgers showing us how great he once was.
Rodgers finding Adams for a pass.
You know, and I say was because,
start throwing the football.
you know,
on this opening drive.
he's getting at that point where he's been in the league for 15 years, and you know, once you get to like the 15-year mark, you kind of start, you know, going on the decline a little bit.
Yeah, the opening script, however they drew it up.
I just hope that he can prove us wrong when we get back to IRL football.
Here we go. Here we go.
Fakes the handoff, gets a handoff to someone else, and he gets it to Jones with 7 yards.
With a 2nd and 3.
2nd and 3.
A nice run here early on. It doesn't take a great play caller to realize
so far,
establish a guy of his caliber with runs
Green
like
Bay
this
getting
early,
chunks of
pay
yards
dividends as the
every
game
play,
progresses.
and first downs when they need it.
A good run, got 7 on first. Here's 2nd and 3.
I hope you brought your lunch because I'm about to take you to school.
Here's Rodgers.
Rodgers with a completion,
Open here is
and
Allison, that's complete. And he works it to the
and Wilson
30-yard
gets
line
himself
here, right
a
at the
first
30.
down.
4
Or I'm sorry, that was
yards to
Allison
pick
who
up,
got that.
first down.
And he fought for those extra yards, which gave him the first down for Green Bay.
With the coaching staff and players prior to the game. What about you?
Absolutely. Not only that, but that big article in this paper this morning about their philosophy on starting games like you're shot out of a cannon, and that's what they've done. Very methodical.
Fakes the handoff.
Yeah,
Rodgers.
So many teams talk about that fast start.
Rodgers.
We're actually seeing it happen right here in front of us.
But now the kicker. Can they cap it off by putting
And
the ball
Rodgers
in
with
the
a
end zone?
huge completion,
23 yards, the final
23 yards.
His passing's been on point on this drive.
And I think that was
Hasn't it?
Graham who
Very
caught that.
accurate, gotten the ball down
Yeah, it
the
was
field,
Graham.
getting nice chunks of
23 yards on that one.
In this situation, the field
I
is
mean,
really
how do
too
you
good,
catch that
partner. So
ball,
he's gonna
especially
throw
the way
football,
that he caught it?
pinpoint here.
I was going to ask you about that. Field shrinks, has to
That
be
was-
sharper.
that was
but
a
it's been
ridiculous
good opening drive
catch.
so far.
Now they just want
I'll
to
tell
see
you
if
one
they can
thing.
cap it off with the bell ringer and put it in the end zone.
Oh, there you see Kelly, number 21.
Watch my board. Check the out. Check the out. Check the out.
To throw, it's Rodgers.
And then, ooh, nearly. Well, that could have been intercepted the other way, you know, had it been caught by Dallas. But
on early downs like that first down there,
if you're
need to be a little
Green
bit
Bay,
more
I'd
careful.
imagine that you got to be
Got a
relieved.
couple more downs to play with.
2nd and goal at the 7.
They'll
So
try again here from
all right,
the
let's see
7
what they
on
do.
2nd and goal.
also got to check to see when
Off the play fake to Jones.
plays doesn't
Here's
show.
Rodgers.
Anyway,
The
they hand it
connection
off.
made. It's Graham.
They
And
get
he's
it to
brought
Graham,
down right
but they
at
only
the
get to about
5-yard line.
the
Give
5-yard
him 2
line.
on the
So
play.
3rd and goal.
Driven it down the field nicely here on the opening drive, but now it's put up or shut up.
No doubt about it, because to make
And
that
then Clinton
type
is
of
like, go to
drive
Kelly.
and ultimately kick a field
We'll see what
goal
they do.
would feel very disappointing. But I'm just wondering, is the head coach thinking, is this 4-down territory? Might he go for it?
This has been a long drive. You got to figure a field goal would be a letdown. Can they convert now on 3rd and goal? Rodgers now to throw.
Rodgers trying to find somebody, and they do.
Touchdown.
It's not Kelly.
A 5-yard touchdown catch. And the Packers take it right down the field and score on the opening
And
drive.
I can't quite see his name, number 17. Oh, that was Adams who got it. So Adams, I suppose Kelly was the decoy, and Adams was the real target.
Because a lot of teams like those long drives, especially.
And Kelly's like, "Let's go, boy!"
Right, keep the ball away from them. But they finished it with a touchdown. That's the exclamation
All right, well, now that
point.
Kelly's getting off the field, Kelly, how do you feel about making an impact?
Somehow, right? Maybe they need to be a little
All right, point after touchdown. Ooh, nearly blocked, but it's 7-0.
And that makes the score 7-0. So that one a long 11-play drive. And the result, a Green Bay score.
Wow. All right, we'll see what, Jordan Walker, Zach Walker, whatever you want to call him, will do once he gets on the field. All right, so they're going to take it out. And they get to about the 22nd yard line.
So here are the Cowboys under head coach Jason.
And of course, there you have, Dak Prescott, and that was before he got injured. So, out of character, I just want to say I hope that Dak Prescott can, return to form, because the injury he suffered was a bad one, and had he not suffered that injury, he could. The Dallas Cowboys could have won the division, but we'll never know. Instead, there you see Cage, Clinton Cage,
at their own 22.
Number 27, the cornerback.
Now the first carry for Ezekiel Elliott. 5 yards is the tally on first down. That brings up 2nd and 5.
So here is the offense.
And on this offensive unit, your thoughts on Travis
You have
Frederick?
Zach Martin.
He's a quarterback's best friend. Sets all the line calls.
And then tight end, Jordan Walker. And, of course, number 53 is Jake Bagwell.
Pick up of 5. Here's 2nd and 5.
They hand it off. And, well, they get close, but not close enough. That's 3rd and 1 now.
3rd and 1. Try to get one more in here before the quarter breaks.
Nope. We're going to go to the second quarter.
After 7-0 on EA Sports.
Packers better win, as the Cowboys deserve all the hate. Why do you say that, James? Or is it because you're on the Washington football team?
The Packers bringing in an extra member of the secondary here to try for the 3rd down stop.
They hand it off. And Elliott gets a big run, and now it's 1st and 10.
And a Cowboy first down.
Plenty of things to talk about here, partner, but to me, their defense gave up a touchdown on the first drive. How about how they're responding, coming back? That's a big 3rd down pickup to keep their drive alive.
I mean, I do have, of course you have Crimson Ninja who's in the chat. But then you also have one of my uncles. He's a big Dallas Cowboy fan, and of course, he still remembers the championships they won. 3 championships in a 4-year span in the 1990s. I remember it as if it was yesterday. So there you go.
One thing they look for in a quarterback.
And it was 2nd and 10.
Throw inside routes, and you need to put some heat on it. It helps have the big gun. In this case, just a little bit too much.
Ball on the 42 as they come up 2nd and 10.
And Prescott trying to find somebody. Oh, he's going to run it.
He's going to keep it here.
Well,
give him 7 there on the tuck.
Well, I mean, that was a good run there for 7 yards. They were running on white powder. What?
Let's get off the field, D. Let's get off the field.
Third and short yardage.
Prescott, and they get a completion. Oh my goodness.
And he's going to have a first down as he's brought
So
down
far,
at the
Dallas is doing
44-yard
pretty well,
line.
you know, offensively speaking.
Marching right along. First
Last
down
time
on
we
a
saw
pickup
them,
of 8 there.
well, the Cowboys, that is, they lost to the Seattle Seahawks.
Effective. Nice completion there. Keeps the sticks moving.
I mean, Prescott has to be aware of Bagwell and Clinton
So
now.
into Packer territory now. Here's 1st and 10 at the 44.
I mean, his best plays are to try to run from those guys. And Elliott with a great run. Elliott is showing us exactly how good of a runner he is.
Good for a Cowboy first down.
How many times do we say in this game that speed kills, and it does it in so many different ways? In this case, you got a back who's quick and shifty, can make moves, make people miss, but also gets to and through a hole before it can close down. That's some of the benefits of that speed, not just outrunning people in the secondary, and that led to a really nice game.
All right, so 1st and 10 at the 30.
On the RPO,
And, well, I'm not sure what the hell that was. I mean, that was, like, what kind of pass was that?
Second down.
We always talk about receivers. If the ball hits your hand, you're supposed to haul it in, but it is hard to adjust to a pass thrown a little bit behind you.
That one was all the momentum going forward. Couldn't contort his body back to grab it. So now 2nd and 10 after the incompletion on 1st down.
All right, so they hand it off. He gets by one guy, but he couldn't get by another.
So not a ton of help. They'll have a 3rd and 8 forthcoming. Pretty good little two-play sequence there.
But they get hated a lot. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, now
Totally, I
maybe
can
bring
see
in an
it.
extra defensive back or two, because you want to try and defend on 3rd down. They like to play those nickel or sub packages, don't they?
Out of the huddle now for play number 9 on this drive. This is 3rd down and 8. Out of the gun. Here's Prescott.
Prescott with a completion, but they didn't get very far.
To that imaginary yellow line as they get him to the ground at about the 23.
One hallmark of good
And for Elliott, that was his first reception, but it was not close enough.
Positioning and tackling immediately in the secondary after catches. I think we just saw that on display right there.
Got to him before he ever had a chance to think about turning it upfield.
All right, so we'll find out if Dallas is going to try it again or if they're going to kick a field goal. No, they're going to go for a field goal.
To try the field goal. From the right hash, this from an even 40 yards out.
And, ooh, nearly got it.
Will put this one through,
but it's a field goal. It's 7-3, Green Bay.
Now, that's something of a pick-me-up. The offense certainly has struggled, but they do get the field goal before half to put 3 on the board.
Yeah, you don't want to be shut out, but let's face it. Those 3 points, that's not going to solve all their problems either.
So while Dallas did pretty well to get as close as they did, but by the time you get to, like, close to the red zone, I mean, they kind of faltered a little bit.
Forbath now.
I mean, you got to finish the job if you're Dallas. But anyway, Green Bay,
this is they're
going to take it out. And they get to the 24-yard line.
Call it the 24-yard line.
All right, so Kelly's going to have to go back out there again.
The Green Bay offense now about ready to take possession here. They had the touchdown on the opening drive of the ball game. It was countered by just a field goal. So, hey, if your guys can do that for 4 quarters, you're in good shape.
Yeah, it is a team game, so that's just good complimentary football. But, you know, I know I'm no brainiac, but you trade 6s for 3s, things are going to work out in your favor.
Rodgers will bring the pack up with a 1st and 10 at their own 24. They'll start out on the ground with Jones.
And Jones with a run, but I think they lose a lot. They lost 3 yards on that one. That was not a good run. Not a good play call there. Hope you guys are not behind on the video there. I hope not. If there's any desync, just let me know in the chat there. Like whether it's the audio or whatnot, you know. Okay, so Blaze is on. Oh, I was wondering if there was any desync or anything like that when it comes to the audio and like the audio of mine and the audio of like the video and the audio of the game. I mean.
A reminder, coming up at halftime, Jonathan Coachman will join us from Orlando with our halftime report. But business to take care of before we get there.
Well, before we go any further, what? Intercepted! Intercepted!
Picked off by Jeff Heath.
Jeff Heath with a huge interception, and now Dallas has a chance to take the lead.
Really nice interception. I think
wow.
There's the differences between playing man and playing zone. When you're in man, all you're focused on is the receiver in front of you. But when you're in zone, you're allowed to read the quarterback's eyes and go to the ball. That's exactly what happened on that play.
Jeff Heath, wow, he caught that just as the ball was going down. Wow.
The Cowboys ready to begin their next drive. He's been good. They've utilized him well, but they're losing here in the second quarter. What might they change offensively?
I think that what you try and do is expand how you get the ball.
Just want to make sure I hadn't missed my match yet.
But open space, maybe swing the ball to him. What's that they used to call it in the West Coast offense? The long handoff.
Wow.
Serve as your running.
Dallas now has a chance to get this.
Continue to feed him the football. Some of these
and I have nothing against Dallas personally, but I know some people do.
Of the effects of running it. Sometimes people have
all right, so Prescott gets a catch and another first down.
Continue to feed him the ball. He's having that kind of game.
Yeah, might they get him the ball in some space in some different ways here. 13 yards and a first down, Cowboys. On first
Prescott gets
quick
a completion. I think that was to Walker.
The 15-yard line before it's all said
so
and
Jordan Walker gets a reception, and it's a big one, as that's going to give him first and 10.
And the tight end is certainly a position built to move the chains because they can control space.
Oh, man.
Underneath.
I'm pretty sure Clinton and Kelly have got to be just, what is it? Breaking down every piece of furniture that's not nailed down, I have to imagine. And it's a touchdown. And the Cowboys are in the lead. I honestly didn't think Dallas had it in them. But now Dallas is in the lead.
And while that touchdown does not give them an insurmountable lead, it's still a lead, and that always feels good to a team.
They'd love to take that into the lockers, but a little time left on that clock, so some work to do.
I like that. I like how you're guarding against a letdown there.
Are you looking forward?
Coaching them up from right up here in the booth.
So a challenge coming down from
we have a review here, so let's see if we're going to find out if that was a good catch.
For the officials, they'll talk, they'll take a look at it, communicate with
the call was that the receiver had possession. I mean, he did have the ball, and his feet were in just before going out. So we'll find out what the verdict is.
They had to go to the monitor, get an extra look. That's what the technology is for, and this touchdown will count.
All right, so the call stands, and Dallas will kick a point after touchdown.
On for the extra point.
And Dallas takes the lead, 10-7.
10-7.
And Clinton, as I can imagine, is not very happy about this.
And it's capped off with a Cowboys touchdown. Forbat to send it away now following the touchdown.
Well, now we'll see if Green Bay can respond after giving up an interception, though.
And he'll take this one near the 25, call it the 26-yard line.
Well, anyway, we did see you early in the previous game. If you want to check it out, you can. As for the next season, I mentioned this before, and I'll mention this really quickly. Is that we will? I decided, you know what? I did like PPF's suggestion of a draft.
Very important.
You know, with 10 teams, because I have 40 players, so that's like 4 picks a team. So I decided, hey, let's do a draft, man.
Trying to shake off the interception from the last drive. He'll look
And
to throw.
oh, that was a bad throw. I mean, it was a good throw, but no one was able to catch that one.
The offense or the defense. Let's face it, if you've got the ball, 4 yards
I mean, we could see Joshua James in a different uniform. We could see Clinton in a different uniform. Kelly in a different uniform.
Once again, they'll come up on the 26-yard line.
DKO in a different team. You never know what will happen at the draft.
Rodgers throwing again.
Anyway, Rodgers gets it. He got it to nobody. That's what happened.
Receiver. But now it's
right now, Rodgers. I'm not sure what's going on because after a first great run, he's been a little unsteady. I'm not sure why.
Shot here in the first half. But if you don't pick up the first down, guess what? You're likely going to have to.
So back-to-back incompletions, and that has them staring at a 3rd and 10.
They hand it off
for the BYU man. It's Jamal Williams.
And they fall just a little short.
Stopped here a few yards short of the first as the tackle is made at the 33. Now the Cowboys.
If I get drafted to the same team as Brady, I will hold out.
As they'll stop it with just over 40
of course, we'll have trades at the end, and also, hey, JWE, what's up, man? Also. But yeah, you had a game earlier, Mr. DKO. I'm gonna say that.
Scott ready to punt it away. Back deep for the Cowboys, Tavon Austin.
Anyway, Tavon blocked.
So much for pinning him.
Oh
really
my
deep.
goodness!
Punt could have pinned him inside
what the hell is going on with Green Bay? I mean, either that or what's going on with Dallas? I mean, how did they get so good all of a sudden?
Back behind you, in however form, whether it's over your head or to the side, never good. Now it becomes a race to get to the football, so they don't pick it up and take it all the way.
And now Dallas gets set to take the field. They're starting to put some space here. You know, first quarter, they didn't look so hot offensively. This second quarter, though, they've looked really good.
They've jumped in the saddle in a big way now, and now they're in full gallop. I mean, before, kind of cantering around a little bit, right? Trying to feel their way, not getting done what they wanted to.
And if you look at Clinton, I mean, you'd have thought that Clinton would be the Hulk. You know, where he says, Hulk smash, Clinton smash.
Even bigger here. Caught by Cobb. And this will be a gain of 6 when it's all
so you get a gain of 6 with a second timeout. I didn't see who took the timeout there. Oh, that was Dallas who did that. I mean, understandable because they have the ball.
Six yards was the pickup on the last completion, so here's 2nd and 4.
Well, I mean, they're not getting whooped completely. I mean, they're only down by 3, but they could be down by more if they get a touchdown here. They do.
It's Cooper for the Cowboy touchdown.
Amari Cooper with a big catch, and Dallas is showing the world that they're not to be trifled with. And if Jordan Walker was here, aka Red Hood, I mean, he would be having, he would be in ecstasy at this point, much to the chagrin of Clinton and now crushing Kelly.
Right now, they want to make sure they keep that and carry it into the second half.
Because crushing Kelly, I mean, nothing against, well, actually, crushing Kelly didn't do anything. It's just Dallas has just showed us it's showing up.
It's good to make
all right, so it's a 10-point game. It's not over, though, but Green Bay's going to have to do something because right now what they're doing is just...
In plus territory, excellent field position.
And of course, Prescott is doing exactly what you expect him to do. I mean, you expect him to come up with some big touchdowns, especially when you give him that much field. When you spot him, like, you know, in their own zone, or in the red zone, if you spot him a red zone start, I mean that's what Prescott can do to you. I mean he could just pick you apart and play it like a fiddle.
Touchdown.
But anyway,
this fielded a few yards into the end zone.
All right, so they get to the 27-yard line. That's not bad, but yeah, Green Bay's going to have to make some adjustments because.
And Green Bay getting ready to go as they take the field. You've got less than 30 seconds left here in the half. You're well on your own side of the field. What are we doing?
All right, so it looks like
well, I'm trying something.
I think it was Jay Vulture who won.
Something that's safe is something that's been done.
I'm just looking. I'm also looking at Blaze's show.
Worth trying, but I'm running a draw. I'm running a screen. I'm seeing if
so let me take down my Twitter.
And if it does,
just so I don't have too much shit in the way.
Potentially get me some points. And if it doesn't work, well, then you just run the clock out and go to the locker room.
Final 24 seconds of the first half as they come up here 1st and 10. Well, indeed, try to run it out.
And they will run it, and they get a big run, and then we'll call a timeout, of course.
The Packers going to use one of their timeouts as they stop it with 19 seconds to go.
Oh, it was Jay Vulture who got the win. Okay. Congratulations to Jay Vulture. And it looks like apparently it's going to be Chance Midas and Riley Wolf. I mean, personally, I'm not too much of a fan of either man, but someone's going to win and someone's going to lose on that one. All right, back to this game, though. 19 seconds left.
Working from the gun, Rodgers. Quick hitter here, it's complete.
They get a reception to Kelly for 4 yards, but there's still 14 seconds left on this one.
Four yards on that last completion, so that sets up 2nd and 6. Now it's Rodgers.
Rodgers with a completion. Oh, wait, we got a flag.
And he'll be brought down somewhat awkwardly here at a late
that was
a
face mask against, who was that? Jalen Smith, Cowboys, and they will accept the penalty. So now that brings them to the 29-yard line, and of course the clock stops. If it's a defensive penalty, the clock stops. If it's an offensive penalty, they'll either. I mean, of course, they'll either tack on yards down. They'll either tack on yards, a loss of a down, or a 10-second runoff, whatever the case may be.
A big mistake, especially when you factor in the personal foul.
But the clock stops at 10 seconds. 1st and 10.
From the gun, it's Rodgers.
And they get it to Adams, and they'll have to call another timeout.
The timeout with 5 seconds left. A chance to try to add 3 points before heading to the locker room.
All right, so 5 seconds left. They could go for a field goal and cut it to within. Was it? They can cut it to within 7 if they needed to.
So on second,
they will.
The field goal unit is on here as they try to get 3 before half. This from 44 yards out, left hash.
And they do get it.
Knocks it right through.
So it's now 17-10. So now they're within a touchdown to get back in this.
Down going into intermission, but the deficit is now made even smaller, very manageable.
Yeah, and if nothing haywire happens here in his last couple of precious seconds, they will go into the locker room with a nice bounce in their step, having gotten a little bit closer on the scoreboard.
After the made field goal, now Crosby will do the kickoff duties.
Okay.
This is taken at his 4.
And, well, all right, so that's going to end the first half, but Dallas, I got to tell you one thing.
That's the difference on the scoreboard.
If nothing else, Dallas has shown that they are not pushovers.
Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach.
All right, Brandon, thanks very much. Welcome, everybody, to our abbreviated version of the EA Sports Halftime Report. This game's had a little bit of everything thus far, and certainly plenty to look forward to as the teams are right back out there for the second half. So we'll get right back out there as well, as we'll turn it back over to Brandon Godden.
Okay, Coach, appreciate it. A one-touchdown game here as we get set to resume play in the second half.
So as a matter of fact, you do score on the drive. It was just 3 points, but it's now more manageable. And it looks like Dallas will start with the ball, so it's going to be up to Green Bay to get a stop and get a 3 and out.
Will get the football first here, and they have the lead.
Although Joshua
well
James would disagree on that in this case.
This will be fielded at the 6.
All right, so they get to the 30-yard line, does Dallas, so...
Amari Cooper and the Cowboys set to take over once again. And his 2 touchdowns, a big reason they're winning right now.
So meaningful when you score and it's got your team out there in front. Changes the complexion of everything you're doing. It's one thing to score, garbage time, but these count. This is a big deal, and he's making those types of plays, and I think they'll keep finding ways to get it to him.
I was just going to say probably going to go back to him. About set for this next drive by the Cowboys offense. They have the lead now. They'll be looking for some separation here as we begin the third quarter.
I like the way you turned that
And
because now I think
wait a minute, he gets away.
They like what they did in the first
This could be, I believe. Touchdown, Dallas.
3 touchdown passes.
Wow.
Dak Prescott.
Dak Prescott is having the game of his life.
Always important to get the first score of the
And they missed the tackle there, and that was Cage who missed him.
And get some breathing room going.
And now we find out about the fortitude of the group that's behind, because they were counting on getting into the game a little bit more, right? Maybe they get the first score.
I mean there you see Cage, and you'd have thought he'd get him, but oh man.
Let's see how hard they play the rest of the game.
Why do I have a feeling that Clinton is, like ripping his shirt like the Hulk?
For the extra point.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did. I probably would too if I was, in that position.
And the lead is up to 14.
But for Dallas, I mean, they now have a stranglehold on this game, and basically it's going to take a miracle at this point. If Green Bay is going to take this, and Dallas, with all due respect, I wouldn't celebrate this early right now. Yeah, I mean, and the fact that Dallas wasn't heralded as a great team, I mean, that tells you something. That tells you that, on any given day, on any given game, something like this could happen.
That's fielded in the end zone.
And they'll just simply take the knee.
Here, this will be a touchback, and it comes out to the 25-yard line. So here are the Packers now. They get set for their first possession of half number 2. And their halftime hole now even deeper, and they need a big drive here just to answer the first touchdown of the second half scored against them.
They were down at the half. Now, as you mentioned, they're down a little bit bigger, but no time for discouragement. Just got to get back to it, right?
It's an anti-Packer conspiracy by EA.
Rodgers will break the huddle and bring the Pack up 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line. They start the drive on the ground. It's Williams. And he's going to be dropped following a pickup of 7 past the 30 to the 32. 7 yards on the pickup there, and it'll leave him with a 2nd and 3.
Well, no matter how they phrase it, staying on schedule, staying ahead of the sticks, whatever you want to call it, 7 yards on first down, that fits the bill.
They'll operate from the 32-yard line here, 2nd and 3. Again,
they hand it off, and they get a couple more yards on that one, so that's a good run.
That one, a first down pickup of 8.
I'm okay with the call there. In fact, I actually like it. I know they're down a couple of scores, but the running game worked in that situation. I would continue to go in that direction.
So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10. Throwing now is
Rogers. Oh, nice. Great defensive play there by, I didn't see who it was. That,
if you want to get back into the game, these are the kind of throws you got to hit.
I believe that was number 56. I just didn't see his name.
And those are the throws that haven't been available to them every time he's dropped a pass. Yeah, that's a big miss. So line of scrimmage.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you got to do. You got to score and then get a turnover and score again.
On play action.
Fakes the handoff.
Rodgers.
And, well, he gets the,
out of bounds, according to the headlines.
well, actually, that's a no gain.
So the ball a little late getting there, and it's 3rd down. Great coverage there all around. Really didn't have many options to throw the football.
Very little chance that one was going to be completed. Every receiver was locked up.
This offense in desperate need of a conversion as they come up on 3rd down. Shotgun now for Rodgers.
Rogers, great catch there.
Complete. It's a gain of 12.
So they get a 1st down finally.
I know many people like to throw to the tight end, maybe in a little flexed out position because he creates mismatches with his size. But slot receivers do the same thing with their quickness, their speed, and their route running savvy.
Geronimo Adelson, good job there with the 11-yard catch and a 1st down. I mean, like I said, for Dallas to show up,
so from Cowboy territory
and
now, here's 1st and 10
and to spoil the party, I mean that just goes to show that you can never underestimate the heart of a champion.
It's caught here by Adams, and he gets
and another 1st down.
The 35-yard line. It's a gain of 16 and a 1st down for the green and gold. Rodgers now on 1st down.
And whoa, what a catch by Adams.
23 yards on the play.
You know what? I think they started to wake up now.
Rodgers now 5 straight completions here in this second
Well,
half.
of course. I mean, the Packers get just as much hate as, say, the... Oh, wait. Who was that? That was Crushing Kelly. She got a touchdown.
As his guys are back within a single score.
Crushing Kelly gets herself her first ever touchdown reception. What a catch by Kelly. And actually, Kelly looks pretty cool.
Usually what it means is
I mean, she's always pretty, but
even speed.
But that was a great catch by Kelly.
Tall, short, wide, skinny, whatever.
So now it's just a matter of, okay, well, first you got to make this. You definitely got to make this. If you're the kicker. Yeah, he does. All right, so now you have to stop him. You got to stop him and get the ball back. So this game is not over.
And it ends with a Packers touchdown. Now after the touchdown, here's Crosby to kick it away.
All right, so Dallas gets the ball back. Now you have to stop them. You cannot let them score again.
And a nice job there as he
or if you do, I mean, well, better yet, you just don't want them to score at all, basically. Now we go back to what you were saying about the Packers getting hate as well. So what I was saying was that, you know, they get just as much flack for the fact that, you know, they are one of the more successful franchises when it comes to winning championships. You know, you could say that about Dallas, you could say that about the 49ers, you could say that about, well, the 49ers in the 80s. You could say that about the Pittsburgh Steelers in the 70s.
They were able to extend their lead with an opening drive touchdown here in the third quarter, but that just got matched a moment ago.
And of course, the Green Bay, or not the Green Bay, sorry, the New England Patriots. That's another team that gets a lot of hate. So those are just the franchises I just mentioned are the more successful franchises that have won so many championships over the years, Super Bowls, and even championships before the Super Bowl, you know?
On 2nd and 10. Now
Prescott.
And on the left
Well,
side
I mean, that was
line,
completed, but it was out of bounds, so 3rd and 10.
Incomplete, so the ball a little late getting there, and it's 3rd down.
Now it's 3rd down. This is huge if you're Green Bay, because right now, Dallas, you have the lead. If you make this, you definitely put the pressure back on Green Bay, but if Green Bay stops you... Oh, no, wait a minute. Prescott nearly got away and nearly got himself a first down, but he had to go to the ground and you know, save himself before he got his head rung in. So now Dallas is going to have to punt it away.
And avoids the hit for good measure.
Out now comes the Cowboys punter as he's on to punt for the first time this afternoon. He steps into this one, and this is a rocket.
And, well, that's going to go out of bounds, so that's going to start at the 20.
End zone for a touchback.
All right, so now the Packers have some time. If you're Dallas, you definitely want to get a stop.
The Packer offense ready to get their next drive.
And I am saying this just to, you know, stay neutral as much as I possibly can. Anyway,
do they stick with that?
They get a jet sweep. That didn't really get very far. In fact, that was a no gain.
Starting backed up in their own territory, why would you change anything? They've got to be confident about what they're presenting and continue to do so.
Yeah, because the secondary, they really look clueless.
And that was amazing because that drive went and went, no adjustments and no big plays by the defense to knock the ball away.
All right, 2nd and 10. They hand it off again. This time, a much better run.
After a gain of 5.
3rd and 6.
A run to be happy with. Good, solid yardage. You'll take that anytime you hand the ball to him.
Well, now Green Bay definitely needs a first down. They do not want to have to punt the ball back.
And on 3rd down, the Cowboys bringing an extra defensive back. Shotgun now for Rodgers.
They get the completion, but not a first down.
And he's going to be taken down about a yard shy of the first.
And a yard shy, unfortunately. I mean, obviously they'll have to punt it, because if you go for it and you fail, then you'll give it up at the 30-yard line, and you'll just give Prescott another chance to add to his numbers already.
They did a really nice job there of limiting that and keeping him from a first down.
Yeah, stopped him in his tracks. Here's J.K. Scott now. And remember, he had his first punt blocked.
All right, this time he punts it away this time.
Here's Austin. Nice
well,
job
they get to the
bringing that
29-yard line.
On the return. And the Cowboys will take over the football with a 1st and 10.
8 seconds left in this third quarter.
The Cowboys offense. This crew had to punt last time they had the ball, but when you've got a lead like this, you content to play the field position game?
You are to an extent, especially if you like your defense, because you have the lead.
That's why I said.
Game.
That's why I said all of sports.
Spot? You want to get out there and get something done on offense and maybe take command of this game yourself.
I know. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's not how he talks. Anyway, that was a great catch there. I didn't see what was his name again? I didn't see that. I didn't see who caught that. But anyway, 2nd and 4 going into the 4th quarter. So the Packers obviously need to get a stop right here.
You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Six yards was the pickup on the last completion, so here's 2nd and 4. Prescott now.
Prescott with a completion to Jordan Walker. And that's only his 2nd reception for Jordan Walker.
I think a lot of people might expect him to run the ball.
So far, Jordan Walker, I mean, that was only his 2nd reception, but it's another first down. So he's contributing when it comes to, first downs.
5 straight completions here in this 2nd half. 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Prescott.
Prescott.
Got an open man.
Nope, another first down.
And he'll be taken down, but not before he works it past the 50. 13 yards and a first down, Cowboys.
These guys are running offense like you drive. The pedal is down, stomp down. How about that? Back-to-back completions. They are rolling.
So much for being conservative and running that football. So into Packer territory.
All right, so
here's 1st and 10.
They hand it off.
At the 46.
Although they don't get really far on that one.
3 before he's taken down.
They get about 3 on that, so 2nd and 7.
To make the tackle. Offensively with the lead, you want to run the ball, keep the clock going, but you also want to still kind of be in attack mode too, right? So how do you do that and not come back on your heels?
Yeah, think about all the practices we've watched where they have that tempo period to go over things just like this, where they describe the scenario, tell you what they're looking for, and make sure that they're
they get a that was a bad they pressured Prescott to make a bad pass, so now it's 3rd and 7 and the clock stops at 3:38.
Well, guess what, when it's a slant route,
so this is a big one. You got to get this stop right here.
And the timing off right there, threw it behind him. One of the bigger plays in the game thus far. The crowd getting into it as we come up on a big 3rd down.
And no, that was close, but that was incomplete.
You can tell they were hoping for a flag there offensively. Several on the sideline motioning.
Also, welcome back, Jake Bagwell. And as unfortunately, you can see that.
Yeah, I think you got a play, and the officials.
I mean, well, that could have been a huge play if he had actually caught that.
No flag. Let them fight it out.
So now Dallas will have to.
Now comes the
they're going to have to punt it away.
As he'll kick it away for the 2nd time.
And this is angled out at the 24-yard line, so that's where they're going to mark it. The Cowboys get the most hate. Yeah, I mean, part of it goes down to when Roger Staubach was the quarterback.
As they head to the field now, with the game this close, you've got to feel
the fans of the Cowboys refer to
without letting panic creep in
the quarterback as Captain America, and then later they refer to him and the rest of they refer to his team as America's team. Anyway, Rodgers, big catch there by Adams, and he gets to the 44 with 3:20 left to go.
Inside the 45. Give him 32 on the play.
I know we love our jobs, and pretty much any play we see, we're pretty, excited about. But big plays.
But great play there by Adams. I mean, Adams was the #1 guy, but then when they brought in Kelly, now he's getting more catches and getting more open. So that's kind of the impact that crushing Kelly has had.
So the big play.
Anyway, 1st and 10.
Field now for 1st and 10. Here's
Rodgers trying to find somebody.
From the gun.
They get a completion, but they don't get very many yards. They get about 5 yards on that one. Not bad, but.
And we see another pitch and catch there to the running back. This position just continues to evolve. They become just as critical to the passing attack as a lot of receivers, tight ends, because their ability to make people miss in the open field can really generate big plays for an offense.
Check girls, check girls, check girls.
Off the draw,
All right, so they
here's
hand it off,
Williams.
and they do
And he
get
gets it down
they
to
get a first
32.
down.
7 yards there and a first down.
I think they like this drive a little bit better there, partner. Running game helping out, picking up some of the slack. Because remember the last drive, they went 3 and out.
The drive continues as they search
All right, we'll
for
see if they get a
tying
playoff
touchdown.
before the
Here's
2-minute
first
warning,
and 10.
or if they they do.
From the gun,
Rodgers. And that was a bad throw.
Incomplete. Showed
Incomplete,
off the
and we get to the
arm
2-minute
strength
warning.
there, but to no avail. Second down. So it's Packer football here as we welcome you back.
All right,
And let's
so
see what they
second
come
and
up with
10.
offensively after having time to
2
talk
minutes,
it over.
exactly. Here we go.
He's back to throw.
He gets it, and, well, actually, that was kind of a risky throw because that could have been intercepted easily,
Couldn't hang on, third down.
but that was not a good
Third
throw.
long coming up defensively.
Now, this is a big one. Because they got to get this.
Yes.
And if you're
This is
Dallas,
about what
obviously you
do.
want to get it so that,
They're not mutually
you know, you put this game
exclusive. It may
away.
have been at one time in football, but not anymore. You want to have that pressure. And if you have a big-time pass rusher, send him after the quarterback, and then make
all
sure
right,
you
big
blanket
one.
the
Here he
field.
goes.
Open
They do
here
get
is
it.
Allison, that's complete.
They
And
get to the
he's got
19
another first
in the
down
red
here
zone,
as the
and it's
tackle's
1st and
made at
10.
the Cowboys'
That's a huge one. They
19.
needed that.
He has been terrific today, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Running flawless 2-minute drill right here. This has been quarterbacking 101 with a flourish.
First down now, but the clock continues to move.
All right, here we go. At the 19.
Into the red zone, it's Rodgers.
Rodgers.
This will be caught inside the 10.
And
He gets it
is that enough?
inside the 10
Yeah, it is
line.
enough. So now it's
They get
1st
10
and goal
more
at the
there,
9.
I believe that'll be enough for another first down. It will.
This defense needs a
No,
big
he's
play
not
in
the first.
worst way
He's not the
because
only
so
player to
far,
have received
they're
it.
not putting up much of a fight. If they
There
don't
have
get
been
a stop
others,
here soon,
but Tom
this
Brady's
game
pretty
could
much
be
the
over for them.
poster boy for
Counting
most of
down
it.
toward a minute
Anyway,
to go in this football game.
Rodgers
Back to throw.
trying to find somebody, and he does! Touchdown! Green Bay!
Here in the final minute,
Allison!
and they're an extra point away from tying this game.
And while it appears the heavy lifting was accomplished by scoring the touchdown, they're still down 1. That extra point is not a gimme.
All right, so barring a missed point, Green Bay has done it. But again, they got to make the point.
Extra point trying
So I'm
out
gonna
for
shut up.
Crosby. And we are tied
They do.
here in the fourth
So now
quarter.
it's official. They have tied the game, and now it's with 1
So
minute.
that drive takes them down the field in 8 plays. And the result, a Green Bay score.
Meat chicken. Well, since you're here, I mean, of course, I also have Joshua James with me. So there's that. I mean, of course, Blaze McCoy is streaming, so I could hold off until next show, in which, Blaze, because you're going up against Blaze McCoy's team, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and since Blaze is currently streaming at the moment, it would probably not be a good idea for me to stream while he's streaming.
Nothing separating these two sides. 24.
So I could hold off
as he
on
sends
your
this
game
one
being
away.
like quote unquote the
This is
main
fielded
event,
at the goal
so to speak.
line.
Anyway, they get it to wait a minute.
And a good effort on the return.
For a
there,
moment,
gets
I
him
thought they were
across
going to
the
give up
30 to the 33-yard line.
a kickoff touchdown or something like that. Not a kickoff touchdown, but a
Getting
kick
set to go
return
again. We get a
touchdown.
look at Amari Cooper as he heads back out there now.
So,
His defense, they wouldn't mind not
So,
seeing
like I
him
said,
again
Chris
for a
Clark,
while.
if we don't get to your
Trips to
game,
the end
then
zone. How about
I'll
that?
just simply save it for the next one.
They
So
would happily go
there's
to their
that.
general manager and say, is there any way you could get a trade for him? Bring him over to our team so we
Switch
don't have to
jerseys.
cover him anymore? Because he is really having a heck of a ball game, isn't he?
Boy,
All right, so
he is.
55
I don't know
seconds.
that mid-game trade's gonna
So
happen, but
really, it's Dallas against
so
the
they'll come
clock.
up first and 10 now from
But
the
if
33.
Green Bay can somehow take it back, we'll see what happens.
Prescott to throw.
Prescott. Can someone get to him? Ooh, nearly intercepted by, I didn't see who number 50 is, but
Blake Martinez, the linebacker, was there in coverage to disrupt.
that was nearly an interception. That could have That could have given Green Bay great field advantage going the other way, but still, that was a good stop.
2nd and 10 from the 33-yard line.
Let's make these babies cry all the way back home, yo.
All right,
Here's Prescott.
Dallas. And,
Toward
well,
the center of the
Prescott
field,
didn't
but
even
it's
find anyone.
incomplete. He was
So
trying
now
to
it's
get
3rd
it
and
to
10.
Ezekiel Elliott,
So now
and it'll
Green
bring
Bay
up
has a
3rd
chance
down.
to force
The back-to-back
a 3 and out
incompletions, now 3rd and 10.
and
First
possibly
things
get the
first,
ball
before you think
back
about marching the
and
ball
maybe
down the
even
field,
score.
You got to move the chains.
You're exactly right. Got to get back into focus here. Get the first down. That's what's vital to them.
Now they face a 3rd and 10 after back-to-back incompletions.
All right, so Prescott trying to find somebody.
To throw is Prescott.
He
He's got
does.
his target, it's Cobb.
Oh, that was a huge play. They
Able to
needed
get
that
this
one
across
if you were
the
Dallas.
45 before he's brought down.
But time
14
is
yards and a
running
first
down,
down,
and, well, they'll
Cowboys.
take the timeout.
Now the Cowboys going to burn the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with a little over 30 ticks to go in the football game.
The black and yellow second. Well, that's not black. That's green, Jake. I don't know if you knew that, because the black and yellow are the Steelers, of course. And, well, they do get a completion, but
Never make the mistake.
they only get 2 yards. But the most important thing is that they do stop the clock, so it's at 27 seconds left.
And they catch a lot of footballs, as we just saw there.
Here's a 4-receiver look now. 3 of those guys out to the right side on 2nd and 8.
2nd and 8. Big play, both teams. They fake the handoff.
Now
Prescott is going to run.
Run.
Wait, does he make the? Did he make it?
Their second timeout.
No, he did
now.
not make it.
As the clock
3rd and
will stop
2nd.
with 21
Or sorry,
seconds to
3rd
go in
and
the
2.
football game.
My bad. But Dallas does use a timeout. Well, that's a. Well,
like
we'll have to find out. Well, we'll see what happens though. But in the
down.
meantime, 3rd and 2nd. Or sorry, third and 2.
Now Prescott.
Prescott gets.
But he's able to
Oh, they
hook
get
up
the
with
first down. They
Michael
needed
Gallup.
that.
And he's got the first down yardage before he's brought down at the 42.
But Dallas is trying to get close enough so that they can get a field goal.
And the
Okay, so
clock will
now finally they call the
stop as
timeout.
a timeout is called with 5 seconds left.
Now the question is, are they going to go for a field goal or are they going to go for a play? They only have 5 seconds left. If you're Green Bay, the worst thing you can do is give up a big play and Dallas gets the win. No, they're going to go for it. They're going to go for a play.
Prescott on first down. He's going to loft one.
He's going to launch it. And that's incomplete, and that's the end of regulation as it's tied 24-24, and we go to overtime.
Teaching moment here. Overtime rules. Remind us how this goes, partner.
Okay, so in the past, we had sudden death. First team to score wins, but no longer. Now, if the team receives the ball, scores a touchdown, they win the game. If they kick a field goal, though, or don't score, the other team gets a possession. And after both teams get a possession, then we're into sudden death. First team to score wins the game.
All right, so I just wanted to let Brandon Charles explain the rules. So, all right, so let's see who's going to receive it first, because this is important. We're going to find out. All right, so it's going to be Green Bay that's going to receive first. If they score a touchdown, the game's over.
This will be fielded at the 6.
And whoa, nice return there at the 31-yard line.
Just past the 30-yard line. The Green Bay offense now about ready to take possession here. They control their own destiny here. They have the football in overtime. Obviously, a touchdown would win it.
And I think teams around the league are still adjusting to the idea of going downfield, scoring a touchdown wins the game, because they were used to just going downfield and trying to get in field goal range to win a game. Still having to make that transition. Let's face it now, the ones who are doing it best know they need to go down, attack, put the ball in the end zone, and not leave it up to a field goal and give the other team a chance.
As we said,
all right,
they control their own destiny now.
First and 10, they hand it off. They get and of course now time is not much of an issue anymore. Now the issue is, can you make your first downs? Can you make it to the end? Second and 8.
Start overtime.
Almost a tester play, wasn't it? Wanted to see if the guys on defense were going to fit the gaps the correct way, because we're in overtime. So it's not just physical tiredness out there, right? Mentally, are you still?
You might need to refresh, Jake, because you might be behind. And what kind of throw was that?
On both sides of the football. They try to throw on second down, but this one is incomplete. By the way, I got to apologize because I just realized for about the last 4 or 5 plays, I'm eking over into your territory up here in the booth. My bad. I'm going to get back over to my spot.
Yeah, we're not talking about our on-air commentary. I mean, what is all this extra paper? I mean, this is unusual for you.
All right, so 3rd and 8. They need to get this first down. Rodgers, come on, man. No, they get a sack, and that's the first sack they've ever given up, and it's by Collins.
Drops him for a loss of 10.
Oh, that's a huge loss, and not only that, now Dallas has a chance to get the ball back, and they can even kick a field goal and win.
Here's J.K. Scott now. Remember, though, he did have one blocked earlier.
All right, so they get the punt off.
This is a good one. Now Austin.
And they get to the 23-yard line.
61-yard punt. He got all
so
of
now it's up to the Packers to try to stop Dallas.
The Cowboys offense.
So now that Dallas is getting their possession, all they really need is a field goal to win this.
All they need is 3, and this is over.
Couldn't have done much else other than score themselves and end it. But they turned it back over to him, and now all they need is a field goal to win the game. An excellent job by the defense. Can the offense finish things off?
That part 1 is done, now part 2. So Prescott,
all right, so Dallas
with a 1st and 10
with a chance to win this.
23.
They hand it off, and they get a first down.
This one across the 35. 14 yards, good for a Cowboy first down.
Boy, he does it at a high level, doesn't he? Because when I watch him, I think of his vision. Straight ahead, peripheral. Also has that sense of where holes are going to be before they actually open. I think that helps set him apart from many of the other backs in the league.
I mean, it's happened. I mean, it is annoying, I will say that. Anyway, 1st and 10, Dallas. I mean, Dallas had, at one point, they had a 14-point lead, and it looked as if it was over. But instead, Green Bay came back, forced overtime,
and leads to 2nd down.
And yet they can still win this game. Yeah, it's still tied. I mean, as you can see, of course. Anyway, that was a good stop. I think that was a tackle for loss. Yes, it was. They lost 2 yards on that play, if not a couple.
What can Prescott do in the OT?
Prescott is going to go for a run.
He's going to take off with it.
Doesn't get very far, but he gets 6 yards on that. Now it's 3rd and 6. A little bit more manageable if you're Dallas.
But instead, he flipped it on its ear and ended up picking up positive yardage.
I thought he was dead to rights, but you are exactly correct, sir. Able to turn that into a positive gain. On 3rd down, it's Prescott.
And Prescott with a bad throw.
Incomplete.
If you were Prescott, you needed that, and now you'll have to punt it away again.
And you told me to watch his feet. Well, for whatever reason, his footwork just looked off on that throw.
And you always love it when an ex-defensive back talks quarterback mechanics, right?
Well, but you're good at it.
Well, I try, all right? I don't know how good I am, but it doesn't take much to tell. His mechanics are off a little bit.
So now Dallas will have to punt it away.
That led to the incompletion.
He does. They do, I should say. And wait a minute. Oh my
You
goodness.
rarely call your punter a
Dallas
weapon, but he
just
certainly
pinned him at
was
the
there. How
1.
about that? Pinning him down at the 1-yard line.
Oh,
and
what
helping
a
out the
great
defense in a
punt.
big way.
As
I'll tell you what,
that,
if I'm
I mean,
the
that
defensive
ball took,
coordinator, I might be thinking safety right
you know,
now.
a Dallas bounce, and now
Getting ready to go as
they're going to
they
start
take
at the
the
1.
field. They're going to have to go at least 50, 60 yards here if they want to
So
ensure that they don't
Green
have
Bay's
to
going to
punt
have
the
to be
ball
careful
like they did
because
last time.
if they
So what you're saying is we're not
if they
playing
give
to
up a
just get out of the
safety
shadow
to
of the goal
Dallas,
line,
Dallas
right?
can
You're
win on
playing
a
to make
safety.
sure the punter doesn't see the field again, so it's not picking up a couple of first downs.
Also, welcome back,
You want
Nicole,
pick up
but
5 or 6 first downs.
Oh,
and make sure you
man.
move the ball into their territory.
If you're Green Bay, you got to be careful here. So let's take a look. They'll run it, and they get a little bit more cushion.
A little bit of breathing room across the 5 to the 6.
So now it's 2nd and 4.
He'll get a nice chunk there on the first down run, and it's 2nd and 4. This being their second opportunity in overtime, 3rd overall drive. See if they can settle into a rhythm.
And that's what you're looking for. Get a few first downs, move the ball downfield, have some confidence, get yourself in a spot where you can at least kick a field goal to win it. But I tell you this, if I'm the play caller, I'm looking at that part of my sheet that says playmaker.
Better be careful.
Get the ball in their hands, critical situation.
And now, okay, well, that was incomplete, but that could have been worse.
But that's going to wind up
Now it's 3rd and 4.
It's a lot of contact going on there, and in the end, unable to keep 2 hands on the football and bring it into his body.
Everything looked pretty good until the finish. Now they face a 3rd down and 4 after that incompletion on 2nd down. Shotgun now for Rodgers.
Rodgers with a first down. They needed that.
Complete. And he's brought down, but not before they get it across the 20-yard line.
Dallas
It's a gain of
Cowboys
16 and a
defense
first
makes
down for the
saying
green
get
and
safety.
gold. You're trying to win a game in
That was kind of a
overtime.
run-on sentence,
I don't know
but
if there's
hello
too many
there
more in the
to
history of the game
Noah
you want
E.
under
Grayson.
center
Nice to
than
meet you.
Aaron Rodgers.
Well, I think a lot
Anyway,
of
great
it's
play
because
there
he
by
can beat you
Allison.
so
I mean,
many
that was a
different
great
ways.
catch,
All
but
right,
more
he can beat you
important,
with the big
it's a
shot
first down,
downfield.
and they
Heck,
get
if
a
you need
lot
Hail
more
Mary,
breathing
no one
room.
throws it
So
better than Aaron Rodgers.
they
But this one, you
needed
think
that.
You get him corralled in when you've got pressure on him. He uses his legs to escape and create another big play, whether he's running it or extending it so a receiver gets open. I think he embraces
Rodgers?
overtime,
No!
and he embraces the spotlight
That could have
comes
been
with it.
intercepted there.
Now here's a pass on first down that's knocked away and incomplete. Jeff Heath, the strong safety, able to get in there on the coverage.
You got to remember, because now that we're in overtime, mistakes get magnified. So you got to walk that line between being aggressive and being careful, because that was a dangerous throw right there. You obviously could not have an interception in
And,
this spot.
well,
Nearly
that was not a good call. What kind
He's lucky to get
that was not a
one
good
back.
play call, Rodgers.
No
What the
gain on
hell?
time on the completion,
I mean, of course,
and it'll be
Dallas
3rd
did
down.
exactly what they needed to do. I mean,
complete.
they nipped it in the bud before
Yeah,
anything
you
else could
filed that
happen,
as
but that was not a good play call.
Yeah, you do, don't
If
you?
you're,
Except on the
you know,
stats.
if you're Rodgers
Throwing
and
the
Green
ball,
Bay
get a
Packers here.
Completion.
You get a catch.
Yeah.
All right, so Green Bay will take its timeout, and then we'll try to figure
Okay.
something out.
4 down.
Noah E. Grayson. Have we met before?
Yeah, the Cowboys here on 3rd down, bringing in an extra defensive back.
All right, so 3rd and 10. They gotta get this.
With Rodgers.
No, intercepted! Intercepted! And they could
And
no.
he'll take this down inside
And it
the
was Lee who
15-yard
got an
line.
interception, and now it's Dallas who has a chance to win.
So we will see yet
Oh,
another
my
drive in this
gosh.
overtime.
For whatever reason, neither team able to finish this game off. I know that the first thought is, does anyone really want to win it? But I think that they both desperately want to win.
And Clinton's got to be throwing every piece of furniture that's
Well, it's
not
out
nailed
there
down.
for the taking. We'll
And
see
why
who
would he
can do
not?
it.
Rodgers
Here's
made a
Dallas
huge
offense
mistake.
now heading back out
They didn't
onto
see
the
Lee.
field. Neither team scored yet.
But now,
we go to
basically,
sudden death.
any-
Next points win
At this
game.
point,
How about
they
the
could go
tension
for a
right
field
now?
goal if they want
It is
to.
ratcheted up,
But I'm pretty
isn't
sure
it?
they
I
want
mean,
to,
now,
you know, get a
whatever
touchdown
happens,
just to
points are
rub
scored,
it in,
the
I
extra
guess. I don't
ball
know.
game. Can't wait to see the defense now. Do they get a little more aggressive in order to not let a team just drive the ball easily down the field?
Got to
on
be
them?
careful, though, right?
Yeah, if you're too
Nope, they're
aggressive,
just
you
going to go
give
for the
up
field goal. They're
something
not
easy
going
and
to.
cheap.
Well,
But
it looks
some
like they'll
defensive coordinators
try to
would
ice the
rather just
kicker,
stand
but
that way as
again,
opposed to
that
being nickeled and dimed
rarely,
down
if
the
ever,
field.
works. But okay, Dallas with a chance to win on a field goal and upset the Packers. And while Green Bay should be commended for making a comeback and getting to overtime, Dallas, on the other hand, they had, at one point they had a 14-point lead, and now they have a chance to win. And it is good. Dallas with the biggest upset in our playoffs, and that is over the Green Bay Packers and Jake Bagwell, Clinton Cage, and Crushing Kelly. They got to be throwing every piece of furniture that's not nailed down.
A well-calculated drive to use up the majority of the clock
and
leave your opponent with little to no time
and
left.
if you're Zach, Jordan, Walker, Red Hood, whatever you wish to call him,
and we always pay lip service
he and the Cowboys have completed the greatest upset that there ever has been.
They got the ball back on defense.
I don't know what else to tell you guys. You know, Clinton and Jake and Kelly.
Not only that,
I really thought you guys were going to win. I really did.
A lot of nerves for them too, because they have to do their job in order to give him one last chance.
And there was a part of me that did want you guys to win.
Do it for us. I'm Brandon Gaudin,
you know, and that's just me being your friend, of course. But on the other hand, I have to be neutral about these things. But yeah, I had a feeling that Crushing Kelly and Jake and Clinton would be upset, and why would they not be? And of course, Prescott had the higher rating. Yeah. Trade Rodgers for some beef jerky and Pepsi Max. Well, you can just simply go to the store for that. But yeah, Prescott's higher rating could pretty much explain why he was the better quarterback today. Because even though he had fewer completions and fewer yards, both guys had 3 touchdowns, but the biggest difference is right here. The interceptions. Without these 2 interceptions, I have to imagine there's every chance that Green Bay would have won that one. So, I mean, what more can I say about that? Let's take a look at the rushing. No. Oh, no, wait. Well, Crushing Kelly did actually have a rush. Let me see. Yeah, she had 1 rush for 2 yards. I didn't know that. Okay, so Allison had a touchdown. Adams had a touchdown. Crushing Kelly got a touchdown. So at least Crushing Kelly did her job. And then Jordan Walker, even though he only had 2 catches, the 2 catches he got were big, and they helped his team win. And then finally, defensive ones. And it turns out that Clinton Cage has 2 tackles. And Crushing Kelly also had a tackle. I didn't even know that. And then, who else is in this? I'm just looking for... Okay, so Bagwell didn't even record any stat at all. And it was Kai Forbath who came up with the winning kick to win in overtime. And what more is there to say about that? But all I know is we will see Clinton, we will see Jake, and we will see Green Bay again. I should trade Aaron Rodgers. Well, Derek Carr and a 4th-round pick. Well, anyway, like I mentioned before, we will be doing a draft for Season 5, in which everybody is eligible to be drafted, and it will be the 10 teams that have the first 10 picks in the IRL NFL 2021 NFL draft. That's what's going to happen, though. So yeah, Clinton, you could end up in a different team altogether, and who knows what will happen. But one thing is for sure. The Packers are out, and the Cowboys have made it. So, I think the only thing left to do is... so we've had... Let's see, we had... okay, there we go. Yeah. All right, so we've had 2 games. Let's see. Let's see who's available. I see. Oh, wow. All right, so we have the match between Nick and Austin Black. That's going to be cool. My trade idea is a lot better. Okay. Okay, so Joshua's ready. All right. Let's see. Joshua has who does he have? Because I know he's not by himself. Okay, he has Feck with him, and they are the 8th seed, so they actually do have a home field game. But yeah. So yeah, Clinton's going to have to prepare for the draft. Kelly's going to prepare for the draft. Bagwell's going to... Oh, Chris Clark is also ready. Only problem is they're not in the same team, so... Shit. Let's see. I mean, because Chris Clark has been waiting a while. And then, of course, you have Nicole McQueen and Joshua James. Let me take a look and see if. Let's see. Yeah. I'm looking and seeing who entered the chat first. So it's just a boxing match instead of a football game. Okay. So. Okay. So you guys are both ready to fight, but what should I? Okay, you know what? Let me get a random number generator. I'm gonna go RNG in this. So, all right. So we have 3 people. So we have Nicole, who is number 1, and then Chris Clark, who was number 2, since he was the second to enter, and number 3 is Joshua. So I'm just gonna use the random number generator to decide who gets to go next. So no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Stop. And it's number 1, which means it's gonna be Nicole McQueen's team that goes first. So like I said, if we don't get to your game, we'll definitely save it for another time. So in this case, it's going to be the Minnesota Vikings at the Seahawks. Okay. Wait, where were the? Oh, the Vikings. Wait, where are they? Okay, there they are. Because the Vikings, they have Jinku Gekoga and if I can go the right way, the Seahawks have both Autism Rob and Nicole McQueen. So good luck to you, Nicole, on the Seattle Seahawks. I'm just sorry that I had to use the RNG to decide who gets to go next, but that's what happens sometimes. All right, so let me get Jinku and Rob. Okay, so Jinku and Mr. Autism Rob. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. All right, so here is Jinku Gekoga, who is the new quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings, as they will take on the Seattle Seahawks which will also feature Nicole McQueen and Autism Rob. So we'll have enough time for maybe one game after this. So we'll go from there. And let's see. Okay, let me make sure that... Okay, so it's closer to 4. That's cool. Well, actually, they have been to the Super Bowl. They just never won it. So they've been to the Super Bowl, Super Bowl 4, which was the 1969 season. And they've also been to... so they've been to a couple of other They've been to Super Bowls in the late 60s and the 70s, but ever since then they've never been to it. They've gotten close a couple of times, but they've never. But ultimately they've never won it. They never won it. They lost to teams like the Chiefs. They lost to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the Oakland Raiders. I'm pretty sure there was one other time that they lost to. I forget, but yeah, they have been to the Super Bowl. They just never won it. So, with that said, can this end? Can Jinku Gekoga take him to the promised land, or is it going to be Autism Rob and Nicole McQueen leading the Seahawks along with Russell Wilson to get there? Let's get to it. So while Clinton is going to be preparing for the draft, especially for the teams that have just lost, like the Eagles and the Packers, I mean, or at least the members of each of those teams that just lost, I have a feeling that of the 10 teams that are going to be picking in the draft, I can imagine...
Hey everybody, it's the coach. Welcome to the special Saturday.
It's going to be a different.
It's
going to be a different thing. I will say that.
Sports. We are moments away from what should be an excellent matchup between the Minnesota Vikings and the Seattle Seahawks. With that, let's get up to Seattle. Standing by at CenturyLink Field, here are Brandon Godden and Charles Davis.
Yeah, the Washington football team won 3 Super Bowls. They won 2 in the 80s, and then they last one in, I think it was 92, 91. They won it in 1991. But ever since then, they haven't won it again. So yeah, here are the 10 teams that are going to be drafting that you could end up on. From the first pick to the 10th pick. The Jaguars, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the New York Jets, the Miami Dolphins, the Atlanta Falcons, the Cincinnati Bengals, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Detroit Lions, Carolina Panthers, the Denver Broncos, and the Dallas Cowboys. So those are the teams that are that you could end up on. You know, especially if your name is Clinton and some of the other guys that just finished up. And same thing with Joshua, you know, even after this season, you know.
So out come the Seahawks now for their first possession.
All right, so up first is Russell Wilson for the Seahawks, and of course this young man has already won a championship already.
And those are considerable, but when they were made. 4th and 26 in a Big Ten championship game against Michigan State when he was with Wisconsin, a big completion helped lead his team to a victory. A big
so, of course, Joshua doesn't have any animosity towards Minnesota, given the fact that, well, they haven't won, really. Anyway.
They go play action here on first down. That's complete to DK Metcalf. And he's taken down right at the 45-yard line.
Let's see, Packer, no. Of those teams that you just mentioned, the only team that is in the top 10 or that have the first 10 picks, the only team that's there is the Broncos. So you could end up on the Broncos, though.
Bills and announced that they plan to be aggressive.
Yeah, that's right. The Cardinals did make the Super Bowl one time, but they lost to the Steelers.
So the big play moves them all the way across midfield. It's first and 10.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the Vikings were on the wrong side of the Herschel Walker trade. Anyway, Autism Rob with a big run, and he gets a first down. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Homer who did that. Sorry.
They get 17.
Big run there by Homer.
The chains, first down Seahawks. Well, no slow start here. A couple nice chunk plays back to back.
I love the momentum that they're showing here early because they did it both ways, right?
So now we're going to see if, well, of course, right now Jinku is on the bench right now, but once Minnesota gets the ball, we'll get a good look at Jinku Gekoga, and we'll see how good he is. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Wilson going to fake the give
a quick hit, but they didn't get very many yards on that.
The completion good for 3, and it's second down.
So, all right, so we get to see Joey Hunt.
And the big key is going to be how can these wide
then you have Marshawn Lynch, Rob Parks, and Nicole McQueen.
Early success in the passing game in this one, and that's going to need to continue.
Nicole McQueen, of course, the tight end. Oh, I mean, that's what the name of the position is called anyway. And, well, they get the bullet pass, but they didn't get very far.
Backed up to the 25. It'll go as a loss of a yard, and it'll.
Oh no! Wait a minute. You're not even facing the Vikings.
No, it goes against the instincts of the person catching the ball because all you're ever taught is catch the football, don't drop it.
In fact, really the only way that you can ever face the Vikings, based on the brackets that I have, the only way you would face them is in the Super Bowl. So I'll let you think about that one.
An extra defender in the secondary for the Vikings.
No, they haven't. They haven't been to the Super Bowl either, Nicole.
From the gun, it's Wilson.
Wilson, well, he gets away, but actually, no, he lost 2 yards on that, so that's a sack. I mean, Wilson is. I mean, you got to give a little bit of credit to the Vikings, but also the play calling for the Seahawks. I mean, other than one first down, I mean, they haven't really gotten much going.
On comes the Seahawk kicker here on 4th down.
I mean, they get very far, but they don't.
From 44 yards out.
All right, so but they get it close enough for a field goal, and they do get it. So it's 3-0 Seattle.
The Seahawks grab a 3-0 lead. So the opening drive does yield points, maybe not the 7 they wanted, but they'll take the 3.
Accumulating first downs.
Vikings might just break their losing curse this upcoming season, IRL. You think it may happen? It could happen. You never know.
That has to feel pretty good for them. They'll take the 3.
Yeah, they had 3 first downs and 3 points. Myers now converted on the field goal try. Now he's on to kick it away. This fielded a few yards into the end zone.
Yeah, the Cardinals.
No run back here.
You know, when they got Kyler Murray, I will never forget his biggest play, the Hail Murray, and now we get to finally get to see Jinku Gekoga. So yeah, there you see Jinku. And we're going to see if he can lead his team to the promised land. He's the only player on his team, so we'll find out if his play will make the difference for Minnesota. All right, here we go.
I think it's pretty obvious, though. That'll help them win.
They'll come out throwing here to start the drive.
And they get a first down. That's a good first start. 14 yards.
And he gets this one just shy of the 40. They'll mark him down at the 39. They get 14 there. First down, Vikings.
Yeah, they just not only do they suck on the field, they just suck at in the front office. I mean, they just cannot,
Now the first carry for Dalvin
there are times
Cook.
when they couldn't pay the big
Looking for a
bucks,
seam,
either
but
because they were
finding
unwilling to
none.
do
They'll
it,
get back to the line of scrimmage,
or
and
they would
that's
pass
it.
on somebody and someone
No
else
gain
would
on the
become
play. It'll be
a
second
big
down.
name there. Anyway, Josh Klein, the right
Let's
guard.
take a look here at the
Then you have
offense for
Stephon Diggs,
Minnesota.
who is still with the team at this time. Anyway, if the Jaguars were smart, they should trade down.
It's nothing but pros.
They have
Grew up
done
not too far from the
nothing
Twin Cities, loves
in
being a
free
Viking,
agency.
and is a really dependable third down receiver.
Officially nothing on that last run. They'll try again, 2nd and 10.
I mean, but what would? Okay, let me ask you this:
Second and
what
10.
would the Jaguars have to get in order to trade down? You know, what would they have to do to trade the pick, the number 1 pick that they currently have right now?
Enemy territory. They get 14.
I mean, would a team
First
have
down,
to, you know,
Vikings.
make them an offer they couldn't refuse? Like, how would that work? I'm just wondering, because Carson Wentz could bring the Colts. Yeah, he could. I mean, they just ran into the Bills, and the Bills were a great team.
And if you can sting them there, that opens things up for you on the outside as well.
Gakoga with a completion, and they get a couple more yards. And so far, Chinku Gakoga with 3 for 3. I mean, I would ask Jinku how he feels about, you know, what his character looks like and everything, but I guess if he wants to play according to character and wait until he gets back on the sideline to talk, I'm fine with that too. But that was a good catch by Thean, and he gets a couple more yards on that. So far, it's 3-0 Seattle after that field goal. And of course, if you're... Oh, and Nicole also said, I wonder where Trevor Lawrence will go in the IRL draft. I'm not sure. Nicole, you might have to help me with this one, because what position does Trevor Lawrence play? Anyway, there you see Risham Green, Bobby Wagner. You got to watch out for him, because he was a huge player in the Super Bowl that they won. Anyway. QB ability is useless when you spent most of the game on the ground. Yeah. Wait, Trevor Lawrence is a quarterback?
On 2nd down. It's Cook.
I mean, he could. Okay, so he's a quarterback. Okay. Now, if I'm looking at the draft at this point, let me see. Okay, so Nick Black made it to the next round, and he's going to face off against Killa Neptune and Johnny Farmer. So yeah, the Jaguars do have the top pick, but whether they actually get him or someone else, I don't know.
Looks to be about a yard or so short. 3-0 after one on EA
One thing I will say
Sports.
is that if he ends up in the lap of Atlanta, they might take him. They could take him. Anyway, a 4th and 1. We were so busy talking, I didn't even see what happened there. 4th and 1, and we'll see if I kick the field goal or if they go for it. Okay, so you have a mic in your helmet. And
Bailey able to
okay,
knock it
so
through.
it's a tie game,
And that
3-3.
will tie us at 3-3.
So that's good.
A return
He is
of serve,
projected
so
the
to
number 1
speak,
pick
here
on
the
every
second
draft
drive
board.
of our
Yeah,
game as they
I kind of
respond to
figured
that
he would
opening
be.
field goal
I mean, if he's a
3-0.
quarterback,
I like that.
that's
Go
usually
take
what
us
happens.
out.
I know you like to mix it up with
like
sports.
that.
Yeah.
They crack a forehand back out and they get a backhand. What was the return on?
It was a backhand.
I
and
like
a
that
really
one.
good
The only
backhand.
time a quarterback doesn't go number 1 is if the team has a great quarterback, but they just need someone else or a different position that they are so desperately weak at, or someone that can be a big playmaker, something like that. So, but yeah, usually a quarterback is usually a first pick, usually. Anyway, now Seattle gets to the 25, so pretty average.
And Seattle now ready to march out of the field. And after the field goal last time...
So far, Rob Parks has not had any rushes at all. So, I mean, you could also credit that to Minnesota not letting him get the ball, or just simply the play calling. So we'll find out.
Way better than
So
the
anyway, now that
alternative,
Jinku
which
is back on
punt.
the sideline, how do you feel about your guy?
They weren't happy with that field goal.
I haven't met a fan base yet that wants to drive in with a kick other than the extra point. That's it.
Wilson and the Seahawks take over now, 1st and 10 at their 25-yard line.
Feeling good. Okay, great. All right, so for Clinton, the most important position on offense is an offensive line, and on defense, it's the defensive tackle. I could totally see that, especially if, you know, like I said, if you have a quarterback, then you need to get someone to protect him, or if on defense you need someone to disrupt the opposing quarterbacks.
Wilson.
Anyway, Wilson's going to launch it. And what? Oh, for a moment I thought he had it. I thought Donkey Kong Metcalf had it, but he didn't. But you also have to credit the play of the defense on Minnesota.
Figure out what they're doing, and on that one, they had to fly, just sending a guy downfield with the in route accompanying it, what people call a dagger route, trying to hit the guy underneath after the clear out. In this case, though, they're not able to get it done.
And they get
forget the underneath route.
well, they get the completion, but it's not a first down, and it's 4th and 1.
Short. He needed to get to the 35 for the first, but he only makes it to the 34.
A short game that doesn't get them the first down brings up a 4th down situation.
Really nice job defensively.
Yeah, they might very well be the first team to never get a chance. I mean, actually, I take that back, Joshua. There's been a couple of teams in the very early history of the National Football League that have never got the chance to go to the Super Bowl, and then they folded and they went out of business. So, really, the Texans are not the first team, but they would be the first in a long time, without question. But the point does still stand. And wait a minute. Oh, they pinned him. They pinned him at the 2. Well, Jinku, you got your work cut out for you, man. Good luck, man, because you'll need it.
I don't think he could have walked down and placed it any
but yeah, I mean, I agree with otherwise with Mr. Joshua James's sentiment.
And they will begin with, should we call it, far from ideal starting field position, their own 2-yard line.
So what's your definition of ideal?
The 1-yard line on the other side of the field.
Yes, exactly right. So yes, your definition is apropos in this case.
All right, so they run it, but they don't get very far. They get 1 yard, but
just a yard on the first down carry, so it's 2nd and 9.
But it's 2nd and 9. But they needed a little bit more breathing room than what they have.
Start at your own 2-yard line. Any type of space is good for the offensive guys.
Yeah, you just can't go backwards from
I have to. Yeah, they may as well fold if that's what it takes. Anyway.
From deep in their own territory, they look to throw.
Well, he gets a completion, but it's out of bounds, so it's incomplete.
He was looking for Adam Thielen there, and that'll make it 3rd down. Not sure what happened out there, but it looked like the timing was a little off on that throw.
Well, you know I'm a defender, so what am I going to say?
Great defense.
Darn right. They did something to disrupt that timing.
Facing the prospect of a punt from their own end zone, they need some cushion. Let's see what they can do on 3rd down.
3rd and 9. They need this if they want to keep. No, he's going to run it. But unfortunately, they do not get a first down, and they have to punt it away.
Now, how about that play? He took a possible negative and turned it
I
into
don't think
positive
they'll send them to Baltimore and then have Baltimore lose another team. No, they probably could send the Texans to Columbus straight up, you know.
As his first punt will come from inside his own end zone.
Of course, Ohio would have 3 teams. Unless you want to bring in Boise.
Call it a 48-yard punt.
But because of that short field position, now the Seahawks now have a chance to really put the pressure on the Vikings, and I have to imagine Jinku could not be too happy about that.
I think they've got to look at that play sheet and go to a spot that they haven't gone before. Time to shake things up a little bit to try and get this offense moving.
Okay, so how do you do that? How do you shake
I mean, of course, Baltimore's not going to give up the Ravens. Are you kidding me?
Go to something else.
And maybe try and find one of those special plays from one of your better players, and maybe try and hit something big and get things going in the excitement area.
Now a play fake here on first down. He's got his tight end on the corner route. It's complete.
I mean, unless you're trying to talk about, like, you know, divisions and all that stuff. And wait, who just caught that? Wow, great play by Nicole McQueen. Nicole McQueen, I can't believe it. Nicole McQueen with a big catch. Look at this. Look at that catch. Nicole McQueen, even though she may be small, she's got good hands, and she is very fast. So great play there by Nicole McQueen.
And the football right on the money.
So how about this for field position after
So now it's 1st and 10 at the 12. So now the question is, can Minnesota get the stop?
From the shotgun,
Russell,
he'll find
well,
Metcalf.
they get a completion, but they only get about 3 yards on that one.
The completion good for
But
3, and it's second
I mean, I
down.
understand where Clinton's trying to come from and what we're trying to say, but anyway, I don't want to. I mean, I could argue until I'm blue in the face, really.
Weight, speed, all of that. But how about what they really said? Competitiveness. That's what they
That's what they would have to do. They would have to change up the divisions or something. And a completion, but it's out of bounds. So that's incomplete.
Second down throw for the end zone, but it's incomplete. Defensively, Charles, they continue to really limit this offense as far as yardage goes.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They've been assignment sound, staying in their lanes, keeping proper leverage, and communicating well, too.
In need of a conversion on 3rd down. They had the big play to start the drive. Not much sense.
And Russell, well, he tried to run it, but then he gets stuffed. And it's the 2-minute warning.
2 minutes to go. Tie ball game.
And now it's 4th and 8. So we could see another field goal by Seattle.
We remind you that coming up at halftime, we'll take you to Orlando and Jonathan Coachman. Coach will have highlights and analysis of this first half, one that's featured.
All right, so Seattle does regain the lead with a field goal, 6-3.
Need to give the coach some highlights here.
Yes, we do.
So we're trading first half field goals.
And Nicole's like,
Pog! Got a 6-3
I mean,
game.
Nicole, you came up with a huge play to get very close, but unfortunately the rest of your team just, well, whether it was play calling or whether it was Russell Wilson not throwing the ball where he needs to throw it,
Field goals and not give up big touchdowns.
but also the fact that Minnesota made it very tough, limited you guys to a field goal. But anyway. Yeah, so I mean, so yeah, the defense did exactly what they needed to do. Yeah, it was a great catch, Nicole. I mean, that was like, what, about 24 yards on that one? We'll have to take a look at the stats after the game, but anyway.
And now out comes Minnesota. And on the last go-around, they really couldn't get anything going.
They had to punt from deep inside their own territory, which means you're going to lose the field position battle as a general rule. What they're looking for now is a little more consistency, move the ball at least a few times on offense.
Also take a look and see.
And hopefully flip the field.
Yeah, just something to build off of. That's what they're looking for here. So first and
all right, so Johnny Farmer beat Killer Neptune, and now Duke Zinda's going to take on D-Train. I'm going to go for the D-Train to win this one, but what a great catch, and ooh, they got a couple more yards on that one, and they get to midfield. Great throw by Jinku, and a great catch by Johnson. And hello to Brooke L. Hello, Brooke. I mean, look at that catch, and also just as much, I mean, the escapability of Johnson. Anyway, no confusion to be. Wait, he's going to run it. He's going to run it, and well, Jinku gets. What do you get? You get about 4 yards on that rush. So Jinku's just as good at. Yeah, look at that juke though. Yeah.
The Vikings in the hurry up. They're hustling up to the line.
2nd and 6. And okay, so the Vikings will take a timeout.
As they'll stop it with just over a minute to go.
I'll give you 500 if you win the game. You do realize this is, not a gambling site, And I can barely make out your face, or if that is something else, I can't tell from that icon picture, but
2nd and 6.
Anyway,
It's
nice completion. He gets to the 30.
Now the Vikings will use the second of their timeouts.
Okay, not a problem, not a problem. But in the meantime, great catch and another timeout by Minnesota. Great catch there by Treadwell with a 16-yard catch. Well,
could we get a touchdown in this first
you know,
half after all?
when it comes to money,
first and 10.
it's either real or it's not, and I have a feeling that it's not.
Back to throw here.
Anyway, Jinku.
And the throw left sideline here is caught, but they'll rule it incomplete.
No, it's incomplete. That was a great catch, but just incomplete.
Well, the incompletion, yes, but maybe here not the worst thing in the world?
No, not on 1st and 10. Actually gives them a chance to regroup, relax just a little bit. They huddle up, talk it over. Then they get a chance to continue their drive.
All right, now at the 30. Jinku with a chance. He's going to run.
And now he's going to use his legs.
He's going to get the first down. And he gets forced out of bounds, and forced out of bounds at the 6. So that stops the clock, and they can still use their timeout if they need to use it. But now it's 1st and goal.
Well, it was you. I'll be honest.
I'll tell you one thing, Chinku's got some good legs and a good arm.
They can put some wrinkles in this offense like we just saw.
I think you're exactly right, because we did have that discussion that what we've seen in the past from them, they needed to broaden, and they have done it here. Look at what he's bringing to their offense, and now as a defensive coordinator, you've got some extra work to do to prepare for him and their offense.
First red zone chance now for the Vikings. They've got a 1st and goal to go at the 7.
But no, I'm not playing. It's just simply the AI. And touchdown, Minnesota!
For a Viking touchdown. Olabisi Johnson.
Olabisi Johnson with a big catch and a big completion there by Jinku Gekonga, much to the chagrin of Nicole and Rob, of course. But
ordinarily, the safeties are back there to prevent that happening, but they found the opening and exploited it.
So not only do they take it, not only do they not. Well, I mean, they score, but they also score big in this case.
Dan Bailey now for the extra point.
All right, so point after touchdown. Here we go.
And he's got it as the
So it's complete. So now it's a
10-6.
10-6 game, Minnesota.
That time a 6-play drive. And it all culminates in a touchdown for Minnesota.
And Minnesota doing some posing. Well, they better stop posing. And, you know, the worst thing that they could do is, you know, give up this game and, you know, be looked upon as fools, you know. So what I'm saying is it's never over until it's over. I mean, we saw what happened in the previous game where Dallas was up by 14 points, and we thought it was over. But, you know, Green Bay, they came back and forced overtime, and even though they lost, the fact that they almost pulled it out is nothing short of a miracle.
This is fielded at the goal line. And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line. The Seattle now ready to march out of the field. And you have to figure they won't just sit on the football here in the final minute. The way things have gone, they need to try to make something happen offensively.
But maybe they should. Maybe they should sit on it here because of what you just said. They haven't made anything happen offensively.
And, of course, Clinton still wants to trade Rodgers for beef jerky and Pepsi Max. I mean, as if that was ever going to happen. But,
yeah, right now, under 100
you know,
yards
really, though, they might have
offense.
to start, like, IRL, you know, very seriously. They might have to start looking for an heir apparent to Rodgers because what they got. Oh, no, wait a minute! Fumble!
Vikings pick up the football.
A fumble by
the
Seattle, and
44-yard
now
line.
Minnesota can really put the pressure on them. Oh, man. Much to the chagrin of Nicole.
You would think there would never be
Anyway,
a fumble.
Homer, yeah, it was Homer who had the ball.
Right?
And how much they practice not fumbling.
Practice
And
it,
they fumbled
preach
it.
Talk about it all the time. You would think no one would ever turn it over. Yet they are humans out there running around, and we just saw another one.
Opportunistic.
I have a feeling Nicole's probably thrown every piece of furniture that's not nailed to the ground. I hope not.
He's played a pretty clean first half, a touchdown, no interception.
Whereas Nicole would say,
Frankly, that's what they expect out of him. They want to see the ball thrown and thrown well, and he's able to do that and put it in the end zone.
well, now it's up to Seattle to try to stop him before Minnesota scores again.
A good spot, maybe looking for touchdown pass number 2 here in the second quarter. They'll come out throwing.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Jinku Kigoga. He does get a couple of yards. I mean, he's got 4 rushes for 37 yards, and he gets 5 yards on that one, and that was Jefferson who got the tackle.
Keeping his eyes downfield, waiting for someone to get open.
All right, so timeout, Minnesota, with 16 seconds left.
It was time to make a break for it.
I mean, last playoff season, I mean, we saw Seattle beat the Cowboys. Yep, the very same Cowboys that we saw early in the show last season, last postseason, and they made it to the second round.
From the right hash, it'll be a 36-yarder.
And
kick is good.
That's good for another field goal, so that's 13-6.
Now at 13-6. Still a little bit of time left here in the second quarter, but they do get 3 before the half and expand that
So that
lead.
just adds 3 points to the lead already.
We haven't met a team yet that doesn't put an emphasis on trying to get points on the board in the last 2 minutes of a half. They'll be real excited to have those up on the board.
Now after the field goal, Bailey will kick it away. This will be fielded at the 8. And he'll take this across.
All right, so they'll take it to the 27-yard line.
Yards up to the 27-yard line.
All right, so there you see Nicole McQueen and the rest of the guys. They got 8 seconds. I don't know if they'll get anything, but they'll try their best. That's all they can do.
Here's the Seattle offense ready to get this drive underway. Likely time for just one final play, and then it'll be off to the locker room to talk about how they can erase this deficit.
Yeah, and I think
oh, nice run there, and a timeout. I mean, they have all 3 timeouts, so why would you not use it?
What's the flip side of that? You do something crazy, quarterback gets hit, ball comes free.
Anyway, that was I didn't see who ran it, so
this one, go to the locker room, start over.
The last run got 9. That leaves him with 2nd and a yard.
4 seconds.
It's Wilson.
And that went. Nope, incompletion. That's an incompletion, and that's the end of the half.
So we have reached halftime with a touchdown. That's the difference.
Well, Seattle, much like Green Bay before them, Seattle's going to have to make some adjustments because right now Minnesota has them right where they want them.
And welcome in everyone to an abbreviated version of the EA Sports Halftime Report. This one has been a hard-hitting affair to this point, and you got to expect we'll see more of the same in the second half. And to bring the action your way, let's get it right back out to Brandon God.
Okay, Coach, appreciate it. A 1-touchdown game here as we get set to resume play in the second half. The Vikings have to like their position. They've got the lead.
So now the Vikings will start off with the ball first. So it's up to Seattle to get the stop here.
And not a bad return here. He gets it out to the 25-yard line. Out come the Vikings. They'll have it first on offense. As
all right, so up back end is Jinku Gekoga.
To extend that lead.
And this is where
And another thing I should mention is that whoever wins this will take on the Cowboys in the next round.
Like to call them. You've done things in a certain way in the first half, and they've had ability to see what you've done. They're going to make their adjustments.
So the fact that whoever wins this game is going to face off against the Cowboys, I mean, that in and of itself should tell you something right there.
Adjustment to the adjustment.
Without a doubt.
Anyway, they hand it off.
Hit him with something else.
And Cook gets a couple of yards. I mean, he gets 5 yards for that.
30, making the stop that time, Bobby Wagner.
Tough first half for him, unable to put up the numbers he's used to producing. But with a guy like him, you and I both know it just takes a couple of explosive touches for him to make an impact on this game and on the stat sheet as well.
Ball on the 30. They'll come up with a 2nd and 5. Again, it's Cook.
And Cook with another run and another first down. Cook is cooking on all cylinders, pun intended.
He's able to find some room there, and he's hoping that that's a precursor of a big second half.
Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. A toss to Cook.
And another toss to Cook, and another run. I'll tell you one thing, Cook is
leaves him with a 2nd and 3.
It's a running force here.
This lead, give it to the backs, play a little bit of keep away, don't you think?
And that's
I mean, Minnesota does have the lead, so it would actually behoove them to keep running the ball and keep the clock running.
7 on a 2nd and 3.
Pitches it to Green again, and another hole, and another first down.
Worked it across midfield inside the 45.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's not Cook. That was Madison who did that. Sorry. So far, Minnesota is just running roughshod all over them.
And he picked up the first down on that run. Don't just ask for him. Show him that you're supposed to get the football.
So from Seahawk territory now, it's 1st and 10 at the 44-yard line. Now back to
And
throw.
Gikoga.
And
Ooh, that was...
incomplete.
I mean, that was a good play by the defense of Seattle. So now it's 2nd and 2. Or, sorry, 2nd and 10. My bad.
He wishes he had back.
He wishes it had been 7-on-7 in practice, or maybe even routes versus air, because that's a completion he makes, what, 9.9 times out of 10? Just missed that one.
Now he'll look to throw here on 2nd and 10.
And another completion. Great catch there by... Okay, well, I mean, a great completion by... Oh, that was Stephon Diggs. Great catch by Diggs.
Likely going to leave you in man coverage with this guy, and that is less than ideal.
It is, because just about any offense that has an elite receiver,
I mean...
if you blitz and have him in man coverage, you're going to him, even if he has an elite defender.
I mean, and to think, when we get to the draft season, season 5...
A little bit of daylight on that.
I mean, I'll be interested to see what happens with Jinku. You know, what team he ends up with, because the Vikings will not be among the 10 teams that are picking in the top 10, or the first 10, I should say.
With this drive, because when you see that type of a run,
and then for Nicole McQueen, I don't know where she'll end up, but we'll find out. I mean, that's going to happen regardless of whoever wins the Super Bowl.
And he is met quickly in the backfield.
Anyway, a good stop, a good run stop there, but that's about, yeah, that was a good run stop because that was a tackle for loss.
We all have habits. We can be somewhat predictable, and you know me pretty well on 2nd down and short. What I like to see.
Play action.
Yeah, without a doubt, I thought that was a great spot to call it. Instead, didn't go their way, did it?
No, defense sold out for the run. Worked out well. And on 3rd and 5, this will be the 8th play of the drive.
All right, so 3rd and 5. Let's see what Jinku's going to do. They're already down to the 25-yard line. And Jinku will get it off. And Cook, this could be, I believe, no. Tackled at the 1 and forced out of bounds. What a play by Jinku, but also by Cook. Cook is just... I'll tell you one thing. This guy should have been the guy that we should have been looking at. Because Cook is just... How is Cook doing this? I mean, I know that he's a good player and all, but I didn't know he was this good. I really didn't.
They'll try to run with Madison.
And Madison, ooh, they almost got it. They almost got it, but it's a no gain.
Only a yard on the pickup there. 2nd and goal.
I know the scouting report on him is that he doesn't possess the eye discipline to be an elite linebacker, and what that means is his ability to read, react, and make a play. But on that one,
I mean, the worst thing you can do if you're Jinku is throw a pick or fumble it, and then Seattle takes over.
Another carry now for Madison.
And Madison gets in. It's a touchdown.
For a touchdown.
I'll tell you one thing, the Vikings are proving us, are showing that they are a complete team, and that all they really needed was a top-tier quarterback, and that's what they got in Jinku Gekoka.
that NFL locker rooms are cookie cutter, that everyone's saying the exact same thing.
I mean, of course, I am familiar with his IRL name, but I'm just going to call him Jinku just out of respect for him. But
second half, no matter what, with his first 5 minutes, first 3, whatever, this was a big score to start the second half.
Extra point up and good by Bailey.
So now it's 20-6, Minnesota over Seattle.
Successful. A pretty long drive that time, 11 plays all told. And it was capped off by a touchdown scamper from Alexander Madison. Bailey now to kick it away after the touchdown.
Well, Seattle's going to have to score, and score quickly.
And he's up past the 20 to the 22-yard line.
Let's go.
Here comes the Seahawks offensive unit. They'll have it first to begin the third. And here we are almost through 3 quarters of play, and this passing game still has not really found any kind of rhythm.
Put it mildly, because they're not even over 100 yards yet. And in today's NFL, where it's a pass-first league, that is quite surprising. Not many teams patient enough to stick with the run. Everybody wants to advance the ball through the air. They've got to get their timing back.
Wilson and the Seahawks take over now, 1st and 10 at their own 22. Out of the gun, here's Wilson.
And Wilson gets taken down by Hunter.
The defensive end, Danielle Hunter, drops
Danielle Hunter, and I'll tell you one thing, Minnesota is playing a complete game.
Giving up a big sack that loses that kind of yardage.
I mean, they didn't want to take any chances, unlike the Cowboys, in which they almost blew. In which they blew a lead. I mean, they still won, but they don't want to get to that point. I mean, especially if you're the Vikings, and for the Seattle Seahawks, I mean, this is a drubbing.
And the job becomes twice as difficult.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Nicole and Rob wish to leave after this season.
Now Wilson throwing over the middle,
barring a miracle, that is.
And Charles, got to like what this defense has been able to do these last couple of plays.
Yeah, they get the sack on first down, then they force the incomplete pass. Now they're just a play away from getting the football right back, but it's a big play. They've got to hold up.
This offense in desperate need of a conversion as they come up on 3rd down. Operating from the gun, Wilson.
And Wilson, nope, could not get that one.
And it falls incomplete.
This defense is continuing to contest every deep ball that is thrown downfield. And look, it doesn't matter whether you're playing man or zone. Eventually, that becomes man on man, and you've got to trust yourself and go up at that moment of truth.
I mean, a great play there by Xavier Rhodes over Donkey Kong Metcalf. I mean, Jinku, I'm pretty sure that Jinku, on the other hand, is proud of his defense that they're stopping Seattle. And when they take it, and, well, that's going to go to the 38.
Big boot that time. 57 yards the official distance. And the Vikings will take over here first and 10.
Excuse me.
Out comes this field general once more, leading his offense back onto the field. How do you break down his game so far? Just the one touchdown pass, but sometimes the touchdown pass stat category, that doesn't tell the whole story.
It really doesn't. Not until you balance it with the error side, you know, and in this case, he hasn't thrown any interceptions. So a lot of people would call this almost a pedestrian game, kind of a bus driver game, but that's just really wrong. Being a bus driver is a good thing.
All right, so far it looks like, I think that's one of the calibers against Crimson Ninja on LTD. But in the meantime, that's another first down for Minnesota. They hand it off.
It's Cook.
And now, oh wait, we got a flag. What's this?
A marker on the field. So let's see about the call.
It's, what is this? It's a holding against the offense.
So he was holding from that left tackle
and
position.
in that case, that's going to add yardage to Minnesota, so that's going to hold them back now.
But sometimes they get out a little wide, and they get detected grabbing some cloth.
And, of course, that stops the clock as well. All right, never mind. It does not stop the clock.
And they're not going to get to the line to run another play. So we will switch ends as the third quarter has come to a close.
Okay, so after 3 quarters, it's 20-6, Minnesota. And barring a miracle, Minnesota is going to host the Dallas Cowboys, in which they had upsetted the Packers earlier.
Come on, set 70, Indy.
And of course, the Vikings and the Cowboys have no love lost for each other either.
Here's a play fake.
Anyway, a play fake. And he's going to run it. Gets by.
And some space here. And he's going to get this down to the
And wow, I'll tell you one thing, Jinku is just killing him.
3 yards on the tuck and run.
Not just with his arm, but with his legs too.
That's exactly how you endear yourself to your teammates. Give it up for the cause. It's also how you end up on the training table too.
Yeah, it's a catch-22. Coach doesn't like it. Teammates love it. Where do you fall on it?
Well, I fall on wanting to endear yourself to your teammates, but pick your spots. Be smart about it. They need you for the full season.
Yeah, the rookie's going to learn as he goes. So from Seahawk territory now, it's first and 10 at the 35-yard line.
I mean, Clinton, be honest with me. Should the Vikings hold on and win this? Or if somehow Seattle wins, is there a part of you that's going to root for whoever takes out the Cowboys?
Work on that clock, see if you can continue to tick it down.
Definitely, you want to bleed things out at this point, right? Continue to possess the football, gain some yardage, and put the onus on the defense. Do they have to use timeouts? What are they going to do to stop you? You're taking charge.
2nd and 5.
Jenku gets an open man. All right, well, they don't get the first down, but they get very close. 3rd and 1. I will not cheer for the Vikings.
That not all tight ends are created equal, because everything was right. Got the completion, but he's not one of the more dynamic guys in the league. So even though he caught it, couldn't turn it into much more.
The Vikings on 3rd down, just 1 for 3 thus far. They need just a yard here. It's 3rd and 1.
And wow, and they don't get the yard.
But I don't think he got there. He needed 2.
Nope, they don't get it. That's a stop.
With 4th down and a yard.
When the 4-3 defense is functioning really well, you know who stays what we call clean and no one gets to him? The guy playing the middle linebacker position, the guy we call Mike.
The Packers' loss was more about our mess-ups than the Cowboys being better. We beat ourselves. I mean, I think that's a very honest assessment, but I think you can pretty much put a good chunk of that on Aaron Rodgers, because those two interceptions, I can't talk.
Oh, they flip it to the kicker.
Wait a minute.
Looks like he's going to throw it.
Oh, what kind of... Wow. I mean, if you're going to run a play like that, you better get this. And they didn't get it. And not only that, they also lose a couple of yards, and now that might have just helped the Seahawks get back in this.
And with this deficit, you can't have too many more drives like the last drive where you had to punt it away.
You know what I would tell my offense right here? The punter doesn't exist, guys. He doesn't even exist. He's not a team anymore. I just cut him, all right? So you've got to go out and create some offense for us here and give us some points. No way does that guy get on the field on this drive.
Poor punter.
Yeah, it wasn't his fault. But hey, listen, there's got to be casualties at times. We're trying to win a game.
Ball up to the 35 now as they come up on 1st and 10.
Wilson gets a pass off, but they don't get very far.
And he'll lose yardage. Brought down at the 32.
But yeah, those two interceptions by Aaron Rodgers, that's what killed you in the end.
You know, the key to a good screen pass,
because that one of those interceptions led to Dallas taking the lead early in the game, and then the second one was the one that really killed you because it led to a field goal in overtime that ended up beating you guys. So yeah, I mean, you could definitely put that one on Rodgers and whatnot.
This is Homer. Not much there.
Well, Homer gets a couple of yards, but not very many. That's negligible.
This guy has to be a priority before moving up to the next level because the big fella, he just ate that one alive, just stuffed it. In fact, before the game, he was talking to us, and he's like, hey, these pants make me look fat? And we said, nah, man, you're just a whole lot of guy.
He is at well over 300 pounds. He's a big man. 2 minutes left to play in this.
All right, so 2 minutes left to go in this blowout of a game. At least the last game we had, like, it was close and it ended up in overtime. But this one is a wash.
They face a 3rd down now as they try to find a late score. Now it's Wilson.
So Wilson does get himself a 1st down, so that keeps the drive alive.
The 45 before being tackled. It's a gain of 12, 1st down Seahawks.
An ex-teammate used to tell me all the time, I hate experienced quarterbacks because no matter what, you really can't hide what you're doing. And I think that right there, he knew right away where the blitz was coming from, where his primary guy was going to be, and he ended up going to a secondary target for a nice game.
I was just going to ask you, that wasn't the primary target. He's so good at that, isn't he?
I think he knew right away that he wasn't going to get to his primary guy. I think he read that as soon as he got to the line of scrimmage, knew where the pressure was going to come from, and said,
it's going to be me against Arthur.
Clock running, and the Seahawks, they're running too, trying to speed up to the line of scrimmage.
All right, so Seattle going to try to speed things up a little bit.
Looking for his running back, and he's got him.
I mean, they get the completion, but it's not very much.
As it comes with
and for Jinku, I mean, how do you feel being 64 seconds away from possibly winning this game, or in more likelihood of winning this game, Jinku?
And on 3rd down, a nickel formation here defensively. To throw again is Wilson.
And that was for Nicole McQueen, but in this case, she didn't so much drop the ball. I mean, that was more so the defender causing her to drop it. Yeah, I mean, that was just a good play on number 29's. That was Xavier Rhodes who defended that pass really well and causing her to drop it. So that's, that was more of Rhodes than it was
and they're indeed going to go for it here on 4th down.
Than anything else.
So trailing here in the last quarter. Let's see how this plays out. They'll try and throw for it with Wilson.
They do get the 1st down, and, well, they kind of needed to do it anyway.
And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. 11 yards there and a 1st down for Seattle. One crisis averted, but they still need to move hastily. Throwing now, Wilson on 1st down. To the right side, and he's got more complete.
All right, so another timeout taken by Seattle and another 1st down.
As the clock will stop with just under 30 seconds left to go. Wilson going to lead his guys up 1st and 10. And he's 6 of 7 now on this drive. Wilson will throw again.
Wilson, nope. This time he gets caught. And
down.
another sack. That's 2.5 sacks there by Hunter.
Continues to run. Now the Seahawks,
I mean, that just goes to show that the Vikings, they came to play on both sides of the ball.
20 seconds left to go.
And I'm not sure if Chris or Joshua is still here, but if they are, then basically whoever responds first will get the game.
Oh, the pressure too great, and
otherwise, I'll just find someone else. But we'll go from there, really. But congratulations, though, in more likelihood than not, by Minnesota as they count down, and now it's official. It is finally official. The Minnesota Vikings move on to the second round, and they will take on the Dallas Cowboys. And being that they are the higher seed of the two, we will be going to Minnesota. And for Nicole McQueen, we'll find out where she gets drafted in the draft season next season.
It certainly worked.
And I'm pretty sure she'll be a big help for whichever team ends up with her.
More focus on what they plan to do going in, whether they just
But for Jinku, he shows the world that the Vikings were always a great team, but they just did not have a quarterback
for Charles Davis and all our crew.
Until now.
Brandon Gaudin, you've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. From Seattle, so long, everybody.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the stats here. First of all, without question, Jinku was the better man. He had the higher rating. He had one less completion, but it didn't really matter because he did more with what he had. He had 136 yards. He had one passing touchdown. And his longest pass was 24 yards. Okay, not bad. But that was pretty good as far as Jinku is concerned. And another thing is that Rob never even got to touch the ball. They never gave him the ball. But the one guy that ran the ball pretty well was Jinku. He ran it 5 times, and he got 60 yards on that. So he's got a couple of good he's got, how many yards is this? Okay, so he's got 136 plus... Okay, 136. In total, he has 196 yards total, so that's a lot of yards to get, without question. Now, let's see. And of course, you have Stephon Diggs, who, of course, was with the Vikings at this time. But then you have Nicole McQueen, who had only one reception, but it was a big one. 35 yards. Okay, so she had 35 yards on that one. But that was pretty much that's pretty much all the creative players there. But without question, the player of the game is Jinkuke Koga, and I mean, what more can I say about that? I mean, you could probably make a case for Cook, but Jinku was the man. I mean, he was the man today. Okay. So all that's left is okay, it looks like I'm doing pretty well against Arthur. Okay. Aw. Yep, GG indeed. Let me type this up really quickly. All right, there you go. Ice cream for everybody. Love that. Okay. Okay. So while Nicole is going to enjoy her ice cream, as is Clinton and Jinku now that his game is finished, I'm not sure if Joshua um, um, or Joshua is or yeah Joshua or uh, yeah Vanilla's available, so you can go get it. Um, okay, let me see. All right, so I do have time for one more game, although I could probably save it for another time. So, not going to cheer for the Vikings, huh, Clinton? Well, I mean, I guess if he's not a fan of either one of those teams, then at least he should take refuge in the fact that one of them is going to have to lose. And the fact that the Vikings actually and the Dallas Cowboys won, I mean, we're going to see, Jinku against Jordan Walker. Yeah, I mean that practically just answers your question right there, Jinku. Okay, let me see if Alpine or it's just too bad though that we couldn't get to Chris's game, but that's also in part because um, uh, Blaze is doing his show. How many more matches does he have? He's still got a long way to go if he tries to marathon it. Okay. Well, I guess the only thing I can do is go with. Wait, let me ask uh, Alpine, aka Joshua James, if he's ready for his game, or if we have to wait until next time. I'm just asking James, unless someone else comes in that hasn't had a game yet. So, all right. So I'm just gonna wait for Mr. James's answer. But anyway, while we're waiting for that, I may as well explain how the draft will work. Of course, I may as well show you this because I don't think I've showed you this very often. We go to manage rosters. So what's going to happen is you guys will be made as free agents, and that's just basically to mimic the fact that you are getting drafted by the 10 teams that have the first 10 picks. So, and what's going to happen is I will look at the 10 teams, and then I will see who is going to, draft what position, because I'm going to go by needs at first. Okay, so Joshua's ready to go. All right. So let's get to it. All right, so this is our final game of the day, and for Chris Clark, we'll save that for the next time. And it's kind of fitting that we'll do this game because whoever wins this will take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the second round. But for now, it's going to be, if I can get to it, that is, the Chicago Bears. Oh, I'm sorry. they're still technically called the Foreskins, or the Redskins. Sorry. So the Redskins, or the Washington football team, has Joshua James, that is, and King Feck. With Feck being a running back, and Joshua James as a linebacker. And Joshua moved to the left side in no small part due to the fact that they were kind of, they needed some help on that side of the ball. And for the Chicago Bears, they have, I should say, Kyle Young, the young samurai. So let me just let young samurai and Feck know. So we're getting there. We're going to get that. Okay, so I got Samurai, and let me just find Feck, the Feckster. The Mario references went over Tiny's head. Okay, so I just let Feck know, and oh yeah. Wait, did I win? I won. Nice. Yay! The Washington Marmots? Or you mean the Monuments? Anyway. Alright, so now that I got Feck and Samurai up to speed, let's get to this. Okay, everything else looks good. Alright, cool. Alright, we'll go to 6:30 because that's the next time. But anyway, this, without a doubt, is the last game for the day because... Oh, the Marmots. What are Marmots? Seriously, I don't know what Marmots are, by the way. Never mind, I get it. I get it. Mario reference. I just now realized that. I mean, there's a lot of names you could probably give to Washington. There's the Sentinels. There's also one suggestion was the Red Tails, which is named after a squadron in the Air Force in which the planes had red tails. So I mean, that's one thing. I mean, they could do that, but we'll find out what they do IRL, because it would be something once they've decided real name.
Thank you. We are technically 5 miles east of Washington, D.C.
Then they can draft Shane Falco.
Redskins resides, FedEx Field in
Well, I mean, if Shane Falco was to go, he would go to the Falcons just because, the surname. Anyway, there you see Young, number 19.
They are set to go as their guys will match up with the Chicago Bears.
On the flip side, you have number 2, Feck, and number 78, Joshua James. So that's what you have.
They've got to keep their passers upright. If they have a chance to do that, they can both thrive on offense and move the ball downfield.
Did you ever see the movie Replacements? Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I have. I remember it.
Dustin Hopkins has it on the tee, and here we go from our nation's capital. This will be taken in at the 1. And he'll be brought down here as the penalty flags come in right away, and we may have a face mask here right at the start.
All right, so, well, and already a penalty against Washington.
Cost him 15.
Let's go.
And that's going to hurt Washington, as that's going to give Chicago more yards to work with and a better starting position than they would otherwise. All right, so Kyle Young making his debut. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, wait a minute. They're going to kick it again.
Now it's 1st and 10.
Oh, no, never mind. They didn't kick it again. I'm not sure why they used that footage again. I'm not sure why. Anyway, they hand it off. They get a couple of yards.
On the first play of the game, and it's 2nd down.
When we see those runs to the perimeter, when we see those runs to the edge, we think about big breakers, don't we? In this case, it was a modest gain, but it does.
All right, so I'm going to wish Wally the best in his fight on LTD, but in the meantime, they get 3 yards on that one. Does Kyle Young and the Bears. They hand it off, and a big run. Oh, no, wait, a fumble. Now they go the other way. Oh, my goodness, Dunbar with a fumble recovery, but we're going to take a look at the replay and see who caused that fumble. Oh, man.
It's nice to give them credit, isn't it? Because
they had a
so
big
many
hole,
times it's more a matter
but then it was number
of what the
20
offensive guy
who
didn't
forced
do.
it
Didn't
out.
secure the ball, didn't cover up. In this case,
And it was
just give
Dunbar
credit
who
to
ended
where
up,
it
or
belongs.
let's see,
Knocked
who
it
was this?
free, made a big play.
I still can't see the guy's number or the name.
Washington's offense as they get
Oh,
set to
man,
take
that was a
over
huge
here.
play because, I mean, they were making their march down the field, but they made a mistake and fumbled it. So now it's up to Washington. I mean, they have Feck as a running back that they can go to. So now we'll see if Chicago's up to the task. One thing is for sure, they're not the 85 Bears without question.
Come up 1st and 10 at their own 46.
And they get a bullet pass, but that's not very far.
And he got blown up, losing yardage on the play back at the 44.
So, of course, now we have Dwayne Haskins as the quarterback for Washington.
2nd and 12. A pass for negative yardage, obviously no good. Maybe he shouldn't have thrown it, or maybe he shouldn't have caught it.
And I think we were seeing it at the same time, weren't we? Maybe you let that one go, right? Because you can see the lost yardage about to develop, but that goes against every instinct of a receiver. They're taught to catch everything, so it's really hard to be mad at him and yell at him for trying to make that play.
Yeah. All right, so 2nd and 10, or 2nd and 12, excuse me. And wow,
he is going to lose yardage here.
another loss of yardage.
It leads to a 3rd down.
So far, Chicago's showing us how good their defense is.
Game, but the key to good rushing defense is still having your linebackers set the edge.
The Bears bring out an extra defender in the secondary now for 3rd down. Now Haskins, 3rd and long.
Haskins with a completion, and they get all the way to the 22nd yard line.
Just shy of the 20.
Good grief. I mean, just when we thought that Chicago was going to get the stop, Washington comes away with a big run and a big reception.
If you get your hips turned the wrong way, big plays can result.
And a big play resulted right there. So the big play gets them all the way down to the outskirts of the red zone here for 1st and 10. The carry here for the big tight end.
And, well, they didn't really get very far. In fact, they lost a yard because of it. So 2nd and 11.
There, and it's 2nd down.
I like the idea to mix it up from time to time because, let's face it, you can't be predictable. But the execution was a little lacking on this one, right? They might want to go back to the drawing board with that call.
Let's put him on the buses. Let's put that team on the buses.
And he's going to lose yardage.
And another loss of yardage. I was just...
A 2nd down play results in a loss of 2 yards. And never good on a pass completion there to go the wrong way. Lost yardage.
No, for some reason.
Anyway, I'm not sure if Joshua is just being quiet, you know, and that he's nervous or anything, but you got to. I have to imagine that he's got to be happy with the fact that Washington forced a fumble, and then they get as close to the 25-yard line as they are right now.
From the gun, Haskins on 3rd down. Got an open man, it's Harmon. And that's not nearly going to be enough.
And that's only 3 yards, but what can you do?
They stop him for only 3 that time, and that'll bring up 4th down.
Well, we hear so often how tackling has become almost a lost art in the NFL game. But it's so important to tackle well on these receivers, especially in a play like this one. 3rd down, they gave him the underneath stuff. You got to go up and make the tackle right away.
So now on 4th down, the Redskins will hand things over.
All right, so the Redskins will take the chance to go up by 3 on a field goal, and they do. So it's 3-0 Washington.
As the Redskins strike first.
So now we'll see what Chicago will do.
Points, maybe not the touchdown that they wanted, though.
Yeah, but bottom line, they wanted to get something out of that drive, and they did that. 3 points, they won't turn that down at all.
Following the made field goal for 3, Hopkins now to kick it off.
All right.
This is
so
taken at the 3.
They take it to, wow, they get to the 27-yard line. That's not bad.
A couple extra yards up to the 27-yard line. And now Chicago getting ready to go as they take the field. And last time they coughed it up, led to a field goal. They're fortunate that it only led to a field goal, but still, they're not happy about it.
Could you sense the relief, though, when they only gave up the field goal and they were able to trot back out on the field and start this drive? A little more pep in their step.
All right, so let's see what young Samurai is going to get this. Is going to do. Now, obviously, Young would have wanted to get number 18, but obviously that was off the table, so you got 19 instead. He hands it off. And they get a couple of good chunk of yards right there. So they got second. I can't believe I'm going to be facing off against Crimson Ninja in the next round. I mean, I beat the tar out of Artur. But Crimson Ninja may be a different story because, I mean, I lost to him. I've lost to him the last 2 times, really. I beat him the first time, but since then, he's beaten me 2 straight, you know. Anyway, Young gets a completion and a first down.
They get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. It's a pickup of 10 and a Bears first down.
Partner, he sold the go route really well. Thought he was going deep, then curled it back inside for a nice completion.
DBs love when they pump the brakes, don't they?
Yeah, that's really a whole lot of fun. It's almost like you said, listen, if you're going to sell the go, just go, and let's see who's faster.
Here's the first.
They hand it off.
Trying to run inside, but nothing
there. But they don't get any yards on that one. So I'll tell you one thing that Chicago is, they're going to have to come up with some better plays because, I mean, other than the one first down that they just got, that's going to, they'll have to also make sure to take care of the ball and not give up another touchdown or a field goal. But they do get another first down, so that's a good sign if you're Chicago. Of course, Washington would beg to differ. And why would they not?
Three 3-0 after 1 on EA Sports. Washington territory now. Here's 1st and 10 at the 44-yard line.
And Young gets caught and gets a sack and gets sacked by Anderson.
Well, that play was a very
that was not a good sack to take. I mean, that was, man.
Blink of an eye.
And it's a good thing that the play was called dead. Otherwise, that could have been a... Wait, is it 69 Coward? Let's take a look. Is this on defense or on offense?
15 following that sack. 2nd and 15.
Anyway, they get the pass off, but they didn't get very much on that one.
To speak of whatsoever. Leads to a 3rd down.
Wait, 69 on the Bears?
Don't help a team very much unless, of course, you're playing defense.
If you're getting points per reception.
Also, hello to Jay Taco. What's up, man?
By the defense, though. They read through that one.
They read through it, gave up no yardage, and people got credit for tackles. Pretty good deal.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw.
Kyle Young. Ooh, nearly intercepted.
On it, but couldn't pick it.
But that's going to result in the 4th and 15, so.
That pass just a little bit off. It looked like maybe he tried to force it in there.
Game speed, always different, no matter what you do in practice. Can't simulate it, right? So your decision-making, everything has to be a little bit quicker. Sometimes it can throw you off until you adjust.
So on 4th down, on is the punter, Pat O'Donnell, to kick it away.
Anyway, great to see you, Taco. Or Mr. Taco. And
this will carry out of bounds.
They will mark it at the 18 for Washington.
18-yard line, it looks like. A look at Washington as they come onto the field. And they're not going to play this conservative, I don't think. They had the field goal last time, and they're up, but they're looking to put a drive in the end zone.
Oh, I agree with you totally. No one goes out on the field and says, all right, let's just settle for 3, except in certain situations, trying to ice a game, that sort of deal. Most of the time, it's end zone, and that's what you're thinking, and I believe that's exactly what they're thinking as they begin this one.
Yeah, no quarterback ever goes out there saying, hey, let's get 3, right?
Not one that I've ever met.
Haskins and the Redskins come up 1st and 10 at their own 18.
I guess Josh is not going to talk until the game's over, I suppose, but yeah, you're welcome to speak, Mr. James. Anyway, a 2nd and 2 after they gained 8, so that was a good first play right there.
6'5" and up. A lot of guys used to be basketball players, somehow came back to football, and that's really good for the game of football. You're getting better athleticism, great hand-eye coordination.
Hands it off, but they lose yardage.
And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. It'll wind up being a loss of 2, and they're going to face a 3rd down.
Perfectly designed blitz right there. They took that one from the grease board.
And that was Peterson who got taken down, but I'm not sure if if that's Adrian Peterson or someone else named Peterson, but that was not good. Definitely not good. But now it's a 3rd and 4. If you're Chicago, you definitely want to get this stop. Otherwise, Washington will have a chance to keep going.
Now
Haskins gets it off, but they don't get the 1st down, so they get what they wanted, did Chicago.
Well contained there defensively. The screen gets only a yard, and it's 4th. Instead of throwing it downfield, Charles, they just tried to dump it underneath there. You like the call?
I do. I think it's a high percentage play because you get the completion, and what you're counting on is your back to use his legs and his elusiveness to make people miss and pick up the 1st down. In this case, it didn't happen.
So on 4th down, the Redskins will call on Tressway.
So now they're going to have to punt it away.
Tariq Cohen is deep for the Bears.
And they do. Although that's a nice
kick there. We'll call it 56.
That's a nice jam run as they only get to the 19-yard line. So nice play there by Washington to get it to the 19 for Chicago. So that's where they're going to start.
You got to start looking not just at play calling, But which guy's going to
But we'll find out if Young can turn this game around, because right now he's down by 3. And while it's not an insurmountable lead, if they can't get anything going, Washington could run away with it.
They'll come out throwing here.
And Young.
Going deep.
Oh, what a catch!
A big pickup.
Oh, that's a huge catch by Miller.
For an offense that has not found the end zone yet, that's a big play.
There's the spark right there. The big play that they needed. Now they've got to go ahead and finish this drive and put this ball in the end zone.
Anthony Miller with a 36-yard catch. Wow. I mean, got to give it up to Kyle Young for that one.
Well, they don't need to run another play here before the 2-minute warning. Let's see if they do it anyway.
They run it out.
On first down, he'll drop to throw it. And it's a short one here, complete to his
All right,
tight
so
end.
2-minute warning here. Bears offense. Anyway, there you see that big catch by Miller, which now gives them the field position that they need. There's number 20. There's number 78, Joshua
We
James.
remind you that coming up at halftime, we'll take you to Orlando and Jonathan Coachman. Coach will have highlights and analysis of this first half, one that's featured no touchdowns as of yet on either side.
So his job's a little bit easier for this.
And now it's 3rd and inches. Ooh, this is going to be interesting here.
That was an okay hook up there with his tight end, but unfortunately, they didn't get the kind of yards they had hoped for. That's going to bring up 3rd down.
Yeah, the Redskins have an extra man in the secondary here on 3rd.
3rd and inches. Here they are.
They'll set up a throw.
Is Kyle going to go for it? No! He gets caught.
Taken down. Pressure gets there back at the 39-yard line. The DN, Jonathan Allen, making sure
Jonathan Allen with a big
felt.
sack.
They get the sack on
I'll
the
tell you one
blitz.
thing, Washington, defensively, they seem to come up with the big plays when they absolutely need them.
Quarterback sneak, try and pick up the first down and move on. But instead, I think they thought they
Oh,
could catch
Josh
them by
Allen just
surprise
overpowered
and
his
maybe hit
man,
something deep.
and by the time he got to Young didn't stand much of a chance right there. Yeah, and that's another problem. He held on too long. So, you know, and give credit to Allen. I mean, he got what he needed to do. So now we're going to go for a field goal.
This officially a 55-yard attempt.
Can they get this one? Is it far?
This kick is not going to be close. It's
Not
well
close.
Short, well right to boot. And this score will stay right
So
where it is.
it's going to stay 3-0. Washington.
Attempt a long field goal. If you miss, the defense takes over at the spot of the placement. So now they've got a chance to get one more drive in before halftime.
So yeah, Joshua, how do you feel about this?
As they get set to take over here.
And of course, Feck has not even factored into the game in the sense that he hasn't gotten even a rush attempt.
You know the motivational speech on the sideline is, guys, give us an opportunity. Protect the passer, create space for our runners, and let's go ahead and get these guys. Low man wins. Let's go do it on this drive.
We'll watch that leverage on this drive. Good starting field position for them as they come up 1st and 10 at the 45. On 1st and
Haskins
10,
with the completion, but not very far. But the important thing is that the clock does stop, so it's 42 seconds, 2nd and 8. Also, hey, Rob, what's up, man? You missed your game earlier, but it's good to see you nonetheless. Great to have you on the show.
3 out to the left, 1
Also,
to
let me check in and see what's going on in
8.
LTD.
Now it's Haskins.
Haskins, great pass, and a great catch
there on a first down.
by, I didn't see who caught that one.
Often it can get jumped, and that can turn into either an incompletion or an interception. But not
That was
on
Hartman.
one. Everything came
Nice.
together.
I was
and
at a
he catches
family
it, goes
dinner
over
and
the
ice cream.
sideline.
Oh,
Could we get a touchdown
that's pretty
in this
good.
First half after all. It's 1st and 10.
You know, I might actually get some ice cream later on. But anyway,
Now, Haskins, on
Haskins.
first down.
another
That's
completion,
complete to his receiver, McCoy. The
and they
Redskins
will
now
finally
gonna
use a
the
timeout.
First of their 3 timeouts. as they'll stop it with a little over 30 seconds to go in the first half of play.
There we go.
This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. Now Haskins on first
Haskins
down.
with a completion and another first down, and they will take another timeout. 27 seconds left.
Timeouts, as they'll stop it with 27 seconds remaining here in the second quarter. Redskins with their first trip to the red zone thus far. They've got a 1st and 10 at the 11.
Haskins looking for somebody. And is that complete? It is! Touchdown, Washington. Jeremy Sprinkle with a big catch. And now Washington is ahead 9-0.
Boy, it's nice to have that big, reliable target you can go to.
Each and every time. A lot of people see that position as a fallback. Throw it to them when all else fails. Not at all. This guy can make plays, and that's exactly what he just did.
Yeah, play here for a touchdown.
All right, so you guys are saying hello to each other. I'm happy.
So a challenge coming.
Oh, no, wait, we got
down
a
from the
booth review,
that's
so
where
we'll have
these
to find
challenges
out.
come from,
So
of
the
course,
call
in
on the field
final
was
2 minutes
that
of
it
the
was a
half.
catch
Now we're going to
and
New York,
a touchdown
That's Command
reception, but we'll
Central for
see.
the officials. They'll talk, they'll take a look at it, communicate
Okay,
with
let's
the referee
see.
at the game
Okay, I
site,
can't see from
and
this
issue
angle.
a
You might have to
final
raise it up a little bit
decision because they do have the
because
final
I
call
can't
now.
see from that angle that he got it. I want to say he did, but I can't say for sure.
It took them an extra look, but they found out it is a touchdown indeed.
All right,
The
so
official
it is
says
confirmed.
this
It is a
one counts.
touchdown. And we'll see them.
Dustin Hopkins
They're going to go
on
for
now to
a
add
point
the
after
extra
a
point.
touchdown. And they get it.
It's up and good, and that'll increase their lead to 10-zip. The drive summary that time, 5 plays. And the result, a touchdown for Washington. Following the touchdown, Dustin Hopkins will kick it away. Fielded about a yard deep.
And they get to the 22-yard line.
22-yard line. And now Chicago getting ready to go as they take the field. We're under 20 seconds to go in the half. I'm guessing the wise play here is be safe.
That is the wise play because if you think about trying to fool them here, here's what you're facing. You're facing a loosened up secondary, playing a lot deeper than normal. So even if you run some type of misdirection, you're only going to fool them for a second or so. And guess what? They're so deep, they're really not going to be out of position. Take the knee, get to the locker room.
But just 18 seconds remain till halftime as they come up on first
And
10.
they hand it
They
off,
run, this is
and
Cohen. And he'll just push his way forward for a few as the clock will run.
I'm
2
not
yards
sure
on
if
the
they're going to
pickup
just
there. It'll be second and
call
8.
it or just go to the locker room. They're going to the locker room.
Here in a 10-point game.
So after
As we
one
get you
half,
down the coast to
it's
Orlando
Washington
for Jonathan
10,
Coachman at
Chicago
our EA Sports
0.
Halftime Report. Coach.
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much, and welcome everyone to this abridged version of the EA Sports Halftime Report. This game's had a little bit of everything thus far, and certainly plenty to look forward to, as the teams are right back out there for the second half. So we'll get right back out there as well, as we'll turn it back over to Brandon Godden.
All right, Coach, thank you, and we welcome everyone back for quarter number 3. The Redskins in a good spot. They've got the lead. They will get the football as the second half gets underway. Fielded about a yard deep.
So they take it out, and they get to the 21-yard line.
As he's marked down at the 21-yard line.
So Washington has this right where they want it. The worst thing that they can do is make a turnover, and so far Beck has not had any input so far.
Is that the offensive staff spent the entire halftime just working with them on, here's what we think they're going to do to attack us in the second half. Nice first half that we've had, guys, but be prepared for some change-ups. We're going to see them when we kick it off in the second half.
See how they handle any adjustments that might be made defensively. Haskins and the Redskins come up 1st and 10 at their own 21. Here's Haskins to throw.
Haskins gets it and gets a completion, gets by one guy, and we'll see where they spot this ball. They get it at the 29-yard line. 2nd and 2. So far, Haskins has done pretty well, which is kind of weird because in IRL he didn't do so well.
How do you do it?
You have to read what the coverage is. Is it 2 deep? Is it 3 deep?
I mean, someone I forget who the new guy was, but
what spots on the field they naturally get to. And you find that
but then I remember they drafted Chase Young in the 2020 draft, and he proved to be a difference maker. As you know, I still remember the play that he made in which he forced a fumble and got himself a touchdown after forcing and recovering a fumble. I remember. Anyway, 3rd and 1. They get 1 yard, so now it's 3rd and 1 at the 30.
Hard to get them started again occasionally.
Also, welcome back, Nicole.
On 3rd and 1, it's Haskins.
And another completion by Haskins, and
it's Harmon.
Washington just continues their stranglehold on that ball.
10 yards there, good for a Redskin first down. Got to say, I was a little surprised to see him, Charles, come out in the shotgun on 3rd and less than a yard.
Yeah, but the way the NFL is nowadays, we hardly ever see anyone really run for it on short yardage. So they're going to throw the football more times than not. That was a nice, easy rhythm throw right there, and they pick up the first down.
On 1st and 10. Haskins
And a completion,
and he's got him.
This could be, I believe, touchdown, Washington.
For a Washington touchdown. Terry McLaurin.
Terry McLaurin with a huge catch. Let's take a look at the replay here. Yeah. One of the defenders for Chicago was trying to go for an interception run back, but he missed, and the guy that ended up catching it got it, made it all the way to the end zone, and this game could be out of reach right here. Where was this this Haskins in real life? I don't know. I mean, apparently this game thought of him so highly, and now I have a feeling that by the time we get to the new game, or the new games, that that Haskins will be thought of as, you know, an afterthought, you know, because they thought that Dwayne Haskins was going to be good, you know, going into the 2019 season, going into 2020. But he just proved to be a disappointment, unfortunately. Because I honestly thought that he would have been a better player than he turned out to be. I'm like, all right, let me go back and...
Following the touchdown, Dustin Hopkins will kick it away. This will be taken in at the 1.
All right, so I'm going to look up Dwayne Haskins, but
get it up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25.
Okay, so he was drafted in the 2019 draft.
So here are the Bears now as they get set for their first possession of the second half.
And he was released less than 2 seasons due to inefficient play and not meeting team standards off the field.
For them. And you know, at the half, they discussed how they were going to get that done. This is where scripting comes into play a lot of the time.
How many plays do you script coming out of the second?
Most of the time in the
so
first
apparently
half,
when they released him, I think in the move came after other reports of him making poor decisions and not meeting team standards off the field. I guess it must have been really serious to where, you know,
3 here out of this first down run, and that'll bring up 2nd and 7. Bringing him down there, Jonathan Allen.
I mean, I like how Clinton is willing to do just about anything, you know, to be drafted.
Those big defensive linemen will take the bait and move laterally and open up a crease that they can run through. Didn't happen on that play.
All right, so so a handoff by Kyle Young, 3rd and 2.
A nice solid gain. The disadvantage of blitzing often alters the normal spacing and run fits and leaves creases like they were able to exploit right there.
This offense in desperate need of a conversion as they come up on 3rd down.
And they fake the handoff. They get the catch, but that was incomplete. What kind of... That was not a good play call. Very simple. That was just not a bad... That was not a good play call because you needed to go up the field and then catch it and then go out of bounds. Not, you know, go out of bounds before, you know, getting to a first down. That was just... That was not a good play call. That was not good. I mean, Washington's doing what it has to do to win. And well, they do get a good jam at 16 though. What's my team again?
Out comes the Redskin offense now as they get set.
You're on the Steelers, but and you haven't played yet.
They seem to be just scoring at will.
Did Green Bay win?
And that's why they've opened up this big lead.
Or Cowboys?
About getting into the zone, and all athletes are seeking that, aren't they?
Clinton, do you want me to spoil it for him?
Every move they make works. It clicks, and they are on point right now.
Yeah, they are in that zone that you're talking about. Haskins and the Redskins come up 1st and 10 at their own 16.
Anyway, Haskins with another handoff, and right now he finally hands it off to Feck, who finally gets his first rush. Yeah, the Cowboys won. Oh, man. So, yeah, the Cowboys won, and they won it in overtime.
But a running game can really benefit your team right now.
3 yards on that last carry. Here's 2nd and 7.
Haskins, another completion, and another first down. Dwayne Haskins just pitching a perfect game today.
10 yards there, good for a Redskin first down.
When an offense reads blitz, doesn't matter where it's coming from, tight ends know that they become a big.
And again, Sprinkle just, you know, making it very tough for the defense of Chicago.
Route, so to speak.
I mean, that game that went into overtime took so much out of me, man. So if I don't seem like I'm excited, it's not that I'm not, but also because of the score, it's so lopsided. Anyway, they hand it off.
First down. It's Thompson.
Thompson gets a couple extra yards and another first down.
40 down at the 39. It's a first down for the
Yep, it is a first down.
Pickup of 11.
At this stage of the game, the run-pass numbers are a little bit out of whack because most of their yardage has come through the air. But in a sense, that just sets things up for big runs like that because the defense might be a little bit off balance. They pick up another first down with that run.
So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10. And he'll give it here to his running back. And able to get a couple as he's across the 40 to the 41.
They tried a quick hitter inside, but that one was swallowed up because what they're hoping, those big defensive linemen will take the bait and move laterally and open up a crease that they can run through. Didn't happen on that play.
here all day. I'm here all day.
All right, so 2nd and 8.
From the 41.
Haskins trying to find somebody. And that was his first incompletion. So the fact that it took this long before he finally made an incompletion should tell you how highly thought of, you know, Haskins really was. I mean, this is like wasted potential here. I mean, the fact that he was, you know, highly thought of, and the fact that IRL he's not in the game anymore. For his sake, I really hope that Dwayne Haskins, whoever he ends up signing with, will turn his life around and turn his game around, because, you know, IRL, I mean, he just wasn't getting the job done. Now, of course, it helped for Washington that they were in a weak division, and they managed to make it to the playoffs because of it. He is on the Steelers as a backup. Well, that kind of just answers the question right there. Anyway, that's the end of the third quarter as we get to the final quarter. So, you know, barring, I would have to think that barring a miracle from the Bears, who have been shut out so far, barring a miracle, Washington is going to be meeting up with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the second round. And of course, we'll do the other 4 games on our next show. So there's always that. Anyway, they hand it off to Feck.
They'll fight forward for a couple down inside the 40.
And he gets 2.
Bottom line, they want to keep this clock rolling, so they'll take that one right there. They just want to keep falling forward, and they want to put the onus on the big fellas up front in order to bring this one home.
The last run got a couple. Here's 2nd and 8.
Let's go, D. Kill.
2nd down.
They fake the handoff. No way. Instead, he gets sacked by Skrin. That's Chicago's first sack, and the fact that it took this long before they finally got a sack.
The momentum shifted to the other side of the football.
And old Mo is a very, very fickle man.
Buster Skrin.
The Redskins on 3rd down. They've converted 3 out of 5 thus far. This is 3rd and 16. Now a fake on the give here as they try to run.
Since this isn't the Falcons, most likely Redskins are going to win. Well, I wouldn't throw shade at the Falcons without question. I wouldn't.
Get all your guys to the football and spill the play. That's when you have a lot of fun playing on that side of the ball.
Oh, you're talking about the fact that the Falcons blew a big lead when they had it at the Super Bowl, IRL. Anyway, so Washington will, in fact, boot it. And where are they going to put this? They're going to put this at the 22.
They say just outside the 20-yard line. Here's the Chicago offense coming back out onto the field. And let's face it, this drive is not going to have any bearing on this game, but it's kind of important for one reason, isn't it?
It certainly is. You got to get points. And, okay, all right, I'm being facetious here, but you get points. You feel a little bit better about yourself as you move on to the next one.
Got it. 55. Check.
They'll come out throwing here on 1st down.
They get the completion, and they get a couple of yards.
A gain of 6 there on 1st. Decent start to the drive, but let's face it, they need a lot of things to go right in a short amount of time, down 3 scores.
Yeah, they're going to run their 2-minute offense here in this game, but this is for future games. Can they get better and be ready for the next time, hopefully with a chance to win?
6 yards was the pickup on the last completion, so here's
I have no thoughts.
2nd and 4. He finds Robinson.
And Young does get himself another first down.
Hard to believe his first catch of the game defensively. They bottled him up. That's why they're well on their way to victory.
Put your best cover guy on him and then change the coverages behind him throughout the game. Brackets, double, zone, man, you name it. Make sure he gets a lot of angles.
So from the 36 now, 1st and 10. Now back to throw.
And another completion by Kyle Young, but it may be too little too late. I don't have any thoughts on as far as the Giants are concerned, given the fact that they haven't been contending in a while, and that the man that they once had is retired, and that the man that they got, I mean, that's, you know, Daniel Jones. You may as well start calling him Tom Jones, because that's the only reverence he has. The only relevance.
Here's 1st and 10.
Relevance he has, I should say. I can't talk. And we get to the 2-minute warning.
This football game here on EA Sports. So the Bears with the football here as we welcome you back. And let's see what they've come up with offensively after having time to talk it over. He'll look to throw.
Another completion, and
a gain of 6 there on first.
They get 6 yards on that.
Big lead defensively. Willing to give them that underneath stuff, right?
And this is why you work on your tackling. Tackle them after the catch, inbounds, keep the clock running. Just go ahead and bleed the game out that way.
Hey,
they're going to need to get up and set in a hurry. He'll look to throw.
And Kyle gets sacked.
Back across midfield, just across midfield.
And again, Washington just showing us they are playing a complete game offensively and defensively.
The Redskins on 3rd down, putting an extra man here in the secondary. Back to throw here.
And Washington ends up with an interception, and it was Quentin Dunbar, the same guy that recovered a fumble, is the same guy that gets himself an interception, and if it wasn't over before, it's over now.
Let's flip this one over. The defense, they frustrated the offense the entire ball game. That's why they're walking out of here with a victory.
And they're going to love to walk out of here with that as their final act, that interception. Good way for them to end it. The Redskins offense now, they get set to take over here. And a few kneel downs should come very close to finishing this one off.
And Dwayne Haskins showing what he could have been if he actually put his mind to it. 16 out of 17 performance. What more is there to say about him other than what he could have been?
They've got good starting field position as they come up here 1st and 10 at their own 42. Here's Peterson as they begin on the ground.
And, well, they run for – they get a run with Peterson, but that's only for 2 yards.
That's what you want. Straight
but
ahead, positive
the important
game.
thing is that the clock is running down. I'm surprised that Chicago's not going to take a timeout. But then again, the fact that they've gotten thrashed as they did should kind of tell you something.
Now a fake on the give here as they
ooh, that could have been intercepted or
incomplete.
But it's incomplete. It's 3rd and 8 now.
It's 3rd down.
That's very well timed there defensively because it's not a bad throw, but the collision came at the exact time he was reaching to bring in the football. Really, really well done.
Decent offense, just better defense. I think you're right. So the failure to connect on 2nd down, that leaves them staring up here at a 3rd and 8. Now Haskins to
and
throw.
another incompletion. I honestly thought he should have ran that one or give it into Feck, but instead they don't get anything.
A great hitter in baseball who's going to fail 7 out of 10 times and still have a great year. In this case, you want perfection, but way better that it hits the ground instead of going to an opposite color jersey.
And
All
he
right, so
gets this away, and look
they'll
at
punt
this.
it away.
This is a good one.
And that's going to be a
Well,
touchback.
that is much too long. That's into the end zone for a touchback. The Bears offense now gets set to head back onto the field. They're down big here late. I don't know. You just one last drive here for pride?
Some people like to do that. I remember playing for a guy once. We were down huge, and someone said, "Coach, what do you want to call?" He just waved a hand like, who cares? Let's
Make
get
it
out of
up.
here and do something some other time. But some teams like to do something at the end to feel a little bit better as they continue to move forward.
Yeah, probably just want to put this one behind them.
All right.
Trying to shake off
Kyle
the
Young.
interception. He'll look to throw.
Going to go long, and he does.
Gabriel. Now the Bears going to use the second.
The Bears
of their
will use the
timeouts
second of their
as they
timeouts.
stop it with 22 ticks to go in the fourth. From all the way up at the 38 now after a good start to the drive.
Get the ball.
He'll drop to
Kyle
throw.
Young gets another
this is Gabriel on the
first
catch.
down and another
Now the
another
Bears will use
timeout
their
used up,
third
and that's the last of
final
them.
timeout as they'll
With
stop it
17 seconds left, this could just
seconds to
simply
go
be
in the game.
a mere formality here. But for Feck and Joshua James, I'm not sure if you're still in the chat there, or if you're just waiting for the game to be over and you didn't want to jinx it. I can understand either way.
First down.
But for Joshua and Feck, they have got to be happy with their performance on both sides of the ball.
It's complete.
It's completed, and,
he's
well,
gonna get this inside the 30. 16 yards is the pickup there on a first down for Chicago.
I mean, they get the first down, but too little too late. That's the end.
So hail to the Redskins as they get the victory here. And they did it in shutout fashion. Impressive.
And, of course, the coach for Chicago could not be too happy about what happened.
Did enough, though.
And
Did
neither
enough,
and,
but
and
yeah,
neither
you're right.
is
Most games,
Kyle
it
Young. I
wouldn't
mean,
have been enough. So they've got to go into the locker room and applaud their defensive
but
mates.
at
and say,
least Kyle
"Guys,
Young
you
is
really carried us
a
today.
good.
We'll try and get you
It's a
back
great
next
sport
time.
and a
But as
class
for
act.
today, you guys are nails out
Enough
there.
of definitely a class act to shake the hand of the opponent to say, hey, you shut us out and we couldn't do anything. So the Redskins, or the former Redskins, eliminate the Chicago Bears, and they will take on the Buccaneers in round number 2.
That'll do it for us. For Charles Davis and all our hardworking crew, I'm Brandon Gaudin. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, find us on Twitter at EA Madden NFL.
All right, well,
It's a win
congratulations
for the
to
Redskins as we say so long from FedEx Field.
Okay. So, of course, Dwayne Haskins, with the performance that he had, has a higher rating without question. He had more completions, more yards, more touchdowns, and fewer interceptions. I mean, he just played the better game today. And then, I mean, of course, you also had Feck, who had 3 rushes for 7 yards, which is not much, but it's something there. Oh, that is Adrian Peterson. I didn't know he was on the Washington football team at that time. Not sure if he's still with them or not, but it is what it is. Oh yeah, let's go to defensive and let's see. Let's see, where is Joshua? Joshua James. Okay, so apparently Joshua didn't have any, yeah. So he didn't have any, Peterson is not on DC anymore. Well, of course you didn't have to tell me that. Anyway, but the big star, of course, is Quentin Dunbar with 1 tackle, more importantly, he has 1 interception for 5 interception yards and 1 fumble recovery for 5 yards. Oh, then let's take a look and see who forced the fumble, because he has to be up here. That was Landon Collins who did that. So he forced a fumble early in the game, and that helped them get a 3-0 lead at that point. But really, though, Washington played a complete game, and I mean, not much I could say other than the fact that they just played a great game. You know, it's as simple as that. I mean, they just won from. Yeah, it's going to be the Cowboys at the Vikings, given the fact that the Vikings have the 11th seed and the Cowboys were the 14th seed. Anyway, here are the other games that we will be seeing next time. We're going to see the San Francisco 49ers at the Cleveland Browns, the New England Patriots at the Pittsburgh Steelers. Then, of course, you have the Oakland/Las Vegas Raiders taking on the defending Super Bowl champion, well, in Madden, that is, Tennessee Titans. And last but certainly not least, the Bengals will be at the Kansas City Chiefs. So those are some big games that we're going to be seeing. So I wish nothing but the best of luck for the remaining teams that are still in. Wait, could be getting a raid? What? Let me see. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, as far as Jose is concerned, he's still in the doghouse. And for you, same thing with you. But at least I appreciate the fact that you're not going to argue that. So I can thank you for that. Anyway, Blaze McCoy, what's up, man? Well, I'm not sure if Chris Clark is still in the chat. I really don't, but we just finished our 4th game, and we were just about to close out the show. But if you want me to, I can do another game with you. You know, between you and the Digital Steelers. Of course, the guy that was waiting this whole time to get this game was Chris Clark. I'm not sure, again, if he's still in the chat there, because he's your opponent. But definitely I can save it for another time. Like, I'm not sure if you're going to do a show tomorrow. Because I will, but anyway. But I appreciate you. I appreciate the little mini raid. I think that's a awesome gesture, and you also did a great job with your show of the times that I was watching it. All right. So what do you have to say, Mr. Blaze? You stopped in my show, bro. It's the least I can do, my bro. You deserve. Oh, thank you. So Blaze, do you wish to? Oh, thank you for the mushroom. I appreciate that. More mushrooms. Oh, double a toad 7. I appreciate that. Okay. So, I mean, like I said, I could save this your game for tomorrow, since I intend to complete the other 4 games by tomorrow. So there's always that. just trying to catch my voice here. But so I guess the only thing left to do is to say thank you, and also thank you for the show. Also, thank you for those who came to the show and watched your games. And some of it ended in joy, others ended in heartbreak. But I wish nothing but the best for every single one of you. And I will see you guys tomorrow for the other 4 games. And for those who are still in the hunt for the championship. This is the Blue Toad to Jew 22 signing off, and I want to say, Blaze, I will see you tomorrow, hopefully, and same thing with everybody else that has yet to perform thus far. And of course, Clinton still has a problem with the fact that EA hates the Packers, even though the Packers did win the championship in the inaugural season. But thank you, Clinton, for your support. I appreciate that. The fact that you've been on the stream more or less the whole time, so I appreciate that very much. So, with that said, have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow. Until then, this is the Blue Toad to Jew 22 signing off. Have a great night, everybody. Okay?